Welcome to True Crime Deep Dive, the YouTube channel dedicated to exploring the lesser-known stories of injustice. No team, no flashy production, just a passion for uncovering the truth. I've always been fascinated by true crime, but not the cases that everyone else is talking about. I'm not interested in covering cases that are already trending or have been heavily covered by the media. Instead, I want to shed light on the forgotten cases, the ones that never made headlines or have been swept under the rug. You see, I believe that every victim deserves justice, regardless of whether their story has captured public attention or not. And that's why I'm here, to give a voice to those who have been silenced and to bring attention to cases that have been overlooked. But it's not just about the crime itself. I'm also passionate about standing against injustice. I firmly believe that the criminal justice system is flawed and biased, and it's our duty as citizens to question it and demand change. Through my deep dives into these cases, I hope to bring awareness to issues of injustice and spark important conversations. Another important aspect of my channel is breaking harmful stereotypes and stigma, particularly those surrounding drug addiction. Too often, those struggling with addiction are portrayed as villains or criminals, when in reality, they are victims of a broken system and often have their own stories of trauma and struggles. I want to humanize and bring empathy to those affected by addiction and show that they are more than just their struggles. So if you're ready to go beyond the surface and dive deep into the world of true crime, then you've come to the right place. Join me as we uncover the truth, seek justice, and challenge harmful narratives. This is True Crime Deep Dive. Let's get started. There's a saying, justice delayed is justice denied. In a world where the scales of justice are often tipped in favor of the powerful, the pristine gavel of a judge can symbolize both hope and despair. In the heart of the justice system, the judge's gavel begins its life untouched, unblemished. It stands as an emblem of fairness, a beacon of truth, and a guardian of the innocent. But as it navigates the complex labyrinth of human stories, the gavel starts to bear the brunt of the system's imperfections. Like a silent witness, it observes the wrongful convictions that shatter lives. It echoes the cries of the innocent, who find themselves ensnared in the web of prejudice and bias. It grieves for the broken promises that tarnish the sanctity of the courtroom, and for the voices that are silenced by the thundering verdicts. Yet, amid the cracks and flaws, the gavel persists. It carries the weight of its duty with unwavering resolve, never ceasing in its pursuit of justice. It's a constant reminder that, despite the challenges, the fight for justice can never be abandoned. In the face of adversity, the gavel strikes back, demanding a system that works for everyone. It rallies against the injustices, it champions the cause of the marginalized, and it amplifies the whispers of change into a resounding call for action. The gavel, in all its cracked and chipped glory, stands as a symbol of resilience. It reminds us that even in the face of harsh realities, the pursuit of justice must go on. It's a testament to the fact that despite the obstacles, the quest for a fair and just world is a fight worth fighting. As we delve deeper into the realm of true crime, let the gavel's journey serve as a reminder that the pursuit of justice is a collective endeavor, one that demands our unwavering commitment and relentless dedication. As we wrap up, ponder on these questions. How do we ensure that the gavel remains a symbol of justice and not of its failings? How can we contribute to a system that works for everyone? And finally, how can we make sure that the voice of the gavel is not drowned out by the noise of injustice? Remember, every crack in the gavel is a story that demands to be heard, a story that calls for change. This Have you ever pondered on the importance of ethics in missing persons cases? In the realm of crisis management, these cases stand out as particularly sensitive, and ethics serve as the guiding light, leading the way for responsible and compassionate response efforts. From the police officers working tirelessly to find the missing individual, to the media broadcasting the news, and even to you and me as members of the community, ethics shape our actions and decisions. They remind us to respect privacy, to communicate with sensitivity, and to prioritize the well-being of the missing person and their loved ones over any other considerations. But what happens when these ethical considerations are tossed aside in the wake of urgency and panic? Regrettably, the consequences can be severe and far-reaching, affecting not just the missing persons and their families, but also the broader community, and indeed, our society as a whole. Consider the case of a family whose loved one went missing, only to have their trauma intensified due to unethical practices. Imagine a family already grappling with the unimaginable fear and uncertainty that comes with the disappearance of a loved one. Now, add to this mix the added distress caused by sensationalized media coverage, where every detail of the person's life is laid bare for all to see, violating their privacy rights. Imagine insensitive communication from those in charge of the investigation, where every update feels like a cold, calculated chess move rather than an empathetic sharing of information. The trauma already present is exacerbated, the wound deepened. These situations underline how mishandling a missing person's case in such ways can lead to an intense increase in the emotional distress experienced by the family. It highlights the critical importance of treating families with sensitivity and respect during such challenging times. This case underscores the importance of treating families with sensitivity and respect during such challenging times. In another case, lack of transparency and insensitive treatment led to a severe erosion of public trust in the authorities. Picture a small town where trust in law enforcement was once the bedrock of the community. But when a local individual goes missing, the handling of the case reveals a shocking disregard for ethics. The authorities fail to provide timely updates, and there is a pervasive sense of insensitivity towards the family's plight. As weeks turn into months, the community's faith in the authorities begins to waver. The whispers of mishandled evidence, coupled with the lack of transparency, foster a climate of suspicion and mistrust. The once collaborative community now views law enforcement with skepticism, hindering collective efforts to find the missing person. This scenario underscores a stark truth. When authorities neglect ethical practices, public trust erodes, and chances of a successful resolution diminish. Upholding ethical standards is essential for maintaining public trust and cooperation in missing persons cases. There was a case where unethical handling of a missing person case had serious legal and reputational consequences. Imagine a scenario where an agency, responsible for managing a missing persons case, violates established ethical standards. The fallout is swift, and the effects are far-reaching. For instance, mishandling evidence or providing misleading information can lead to civil lawsuits. These legal battles can be financially draining, time-consuming, and damaging to the reputation of the individuals or organizations involved. On top of that, professional sanctions may be imposed, further tarnishing the credibility of those at fault. These sanctions can include fines, license revocations, or even imprisonment in severe cases. But the damage doesn't stop there. Public backlash can be brutal. The court of public opinion is often unforgiving, and a tarnished reputation can be incredibly difficult to recover. Trust, once lost, is hard to regain. This case highlights the potential legal and reputational risks of neglecting ethics in missing persons cases. As we have seen, neglecting ethics in missing persons cases can have profound consequences. The ripple effects of such negligence can be far-reaching, impacting not only the immediate victims and their families, but also the broader community and society at large. When ethical considerations are sidelined, the trauma experienced by families of missing individuals can be greatly exacerbated. The heartache is intensified by sensationalized media coverage, insensitive communication, and an utter disregard for privacy rights, which can significantly hinder the coping process. Moreover, the erosion of trust in authorities becomes a grim reality when transparency is lacking and evidence is mishandled. The community's faith in law enforcement agencies is shattered, undermining collaborative efforts and diminishing the chances of a successful resolution. Meanwhile, the propagation of misinformation, due to irresponsible dissemination or failure to provide accurate updates, can lead to a wild goose chase of false leads. This not only diverts valuable resources, but also prolongs the agony of families clinging onto hope amidst the uncertainty. In addition, the re-victimization and exploitation of missing individuals and their families can occur through insensitive media coverage or personal gains. This can further perpetuate their distress and may attract those with ill intentions, seeking to exploit the situation for nefarious purposes. Neglecting ethics can also compromise investigations, as mishandling evidence or treating witnesses insensitively can undermine the integrity of the search. This hampers efforts to locate the missing individual and may obstruct progress towards bringing them to safety or justice. Furthermore, legal and reputational consequences can be severe for those involved. Violating ethical standards can result in civil lawsuits, professional sanctions, public backlash, and a tarnished reputation. Lastly, the lack of community support becomes evident when the needs and concerns of families and the community are not prioritized. Without trust and involvement, the likelihood of a successful resolution is greatly reduced. In the end, upholding ethics isn't just a moral imperative, it's crucial for ensuring the best possible outcome in missing persons cases. By prioritizing ethics, we can mitigate harm, promote justice, and uphold the dignity and rights of all individuals involved in these challenging circumstances.
Sorry about that. Okay, everybody. Let me get my handy dandy notebook. And boy, do I have a rabbit hole or 5 or 2 or 7. Just kidding, not that many. Maybe. Puff Muffin. Fast Eddie. Tanya. Ryan. Catfish. And the rest of you such groundy. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, hey, just kidding. Just kidding. Uno momento, por favor. There we go. IYQ2. Oh, my Lanta IYQ2. Guess what I keep doing? That's why I keep muting. I have about 4.2 pounds of Twizzlers left. Yes. For those of you wondering, I had. It's probably a little closer to 4 pounds now, but I had a 5-pound container of Twizzlers. Like, isn't that just the bomb diggity? Oh my gosh, it's like the coolest thing since sliced bread. American honey. Hubby's money. Okay, so Puff, I feel like I don't feel like I'm gonna. I know, so I'm making you. No, I'm just kidding. This case, I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, but it kind of piqued my curiosity because of I was kind of doing like a not so much a deep dive, but kind of just a broad scan of like similar cases as far as Carly's case, and then somehow or another I got to like missing 411, and then boom, and bing, and in key ways we've ended up here on Daniel Robinson, and he has been missing since June 23rd of 2021. Okay, couldn't not even imagine, like, what his dad is a two-time, uh, Sioux Afghanistan, vet combat, and, he's, like, out there doing searches, everything that the police are not doing, and, it's just one of them things where it's like, okay, what are the odds of this happening like that? And what are anyways, I'm not even gonna start diving into the middle. We're gonna go all the way to the beginning. So I got several um PDFs, and I have like PDF versions, and then I have them like printed out so I can. Anyway, it's a whole mess. I got sticky notes everywhere because this case is like the opposite of what I've been like looking into with like lack of. I mean, there's so much information about this case out there, like actual good information, and then the stuff that's not there, it's really telling. It's almost like with Alex's case, like it with everything that his mother was able to do and put together with his phone data, and for nothing to be done, it's like, okay, well, there can only be one logical explanation for why something like that would happen, and that's a little bit of allegedly, in my opinion, for entertainment purposes only, corruption. Hey, what do I know? Gen X, hey girl, hey. You cook that food in the kitchen, girl. I'm just kidding. AMR. I was like, what? Any? Okay, empty ways. Let me get it smaller. Okay. I win. Anyways. Okay, so on June the 23rd of 2021, the disappearance of Daniel Robinson, a 24-year-old geologist, has captured the attention of the nation. Robinson was last seen leaving a job site in Buckeye, Arizona, where he worked as a geologist. Witnesses observed him departing from the area near Sun Valley Parkway and Cactus Road around 9:15 a.m., driving his 2017 blue-gray Jeep Renegade. What was initially assumed to be a routine day at work quickly turned into a perplexing and mysterious case, leaving many questions unanswered. The circumstances leading up to Robinson's disappearance have raised numerous questions and uncertainties surrounding the case. Eyewitnesses reported seeing him heading west towards the desert, a route that has only deepened the mystery surrounding his disappearance. The reasons for his departure in that direction, as well as his intended destination, are unknown. This has sparked numerous speculations and theories, ranging from a potential accident to foul play. Despite extensive searches and investigations, authorities have been unable to uncover any significant leads or evidence shedding light on Robinson's whereabouts. The lack of activity on his phone and financial accounts, along with the absence of any sightings or communication since his disappearance, has added to the complexity of the case. This has left his family and friends distraught and desperate for any information that could lead to his safe return. Those who knew Robinson described him as responsible and dedicated individual, making his sudden disappearance all the more baffling. There has been no indication of any personal or professional issues that might have prompted him to vanish without a trace. This has led many to believe that something out of the ordinary must have occurred on that fateful day. As the days continue to pass, the search for Robinson intensifies, and volunteer law enforcement and search and rescue teams combing through the desert and surrounding areas. The community is distributing flyers in the hopes of finding any clues that could lead to Robinson's whereabouts. The disappearance of Daniel Robinson has also brought attention to the issue of missing persons, especially those of color. According to the Black and Missing Foundation, nearly 40% of missing persons in the United States are people of color. In many cases, do not receive the same level of media coverage as those of white individuals. This has raised concerns about potential biases and disparities of the search and investigation process. As the investigation into Daniel Robinson's disappearance continues, authorities and loved ones remain committed to uncovering the truth behind his vanishing. Every piece of information, no matter how small, is being carefully examined in the hopes of bringing clarity in this unsettling situation. The outpouring of support and determination from the community is a testament to Robinson's character and the impact that he has had on those around him. In conclusion, the circumstances leading up to Daniel Robinson's disappearance on June 23rd of 2021 have left many baffled and desperate for answers. The lack of significant leads and the mysterious direction of travel only add to the complexity of the case. As the search for Robinson continues, it is crucial to remember the importance of spreading awareness and advocating for missing persons regardless of their race or gender. Okay, let me change this. Okay, now the reason why I kind of got started on this mm, uh, rabbit hole, I guess you could say, would be accurate, was because I was trying to see if there was any kind of like, similarities of age, substance abuse disorder, or if something like a trend of some sort that these strange disappearances where they're like they wig out kind of before right before they disappear, and then ultimately they just kind of disappear and they're all erratic and paranoid. Well, there was several different things that I found that could cause that kind of behavior, and I think they're worth noting. So here we are. Not that one. Okay. So LSD and PCP. I can't really say I'm familiar enough to know like what they are, but I've never seen anybody have a bad trip or good trip, so I can't really tell you the validity of it, but I know I've heard some stories and watched some documentaries that say I'll take their word for it. I don't want to be in the chicken coop like Smokey. Okay, so LSD, or I'm not even going to try to pronounce their names because out of my pay grade. So LSD and PCP are both psychoactive substances known for their mind-altering effects. While their specific effects can vary from person to person and depend on factors such as dosage, environment, and individual susceptibility, both LSD and PCB can potentially impact perception, cognition, and behavior in ways that could increase the risk of accidents or dangerous situations, including in wilderness environments. Here are some potential effects of LSD and PCP that could be relevant in the context of wilderness disappearances. Number one is hallucinations. Both LSD and PCP can cause hallucinations or perpetual distortions that involve seeing, hearing, or feeling things that are not actually present. Hallucinations induced by their substances can be vivid, intense, and difficult to distinguish from reality. In wilderness settings, individuals under the influence of LSD or PCP may experience hallucinations that could lead them to misinterpret their surroundings or make decisions based on false perceptions, increasing their risk of becoming lost or disoriented. Number two is disorientation. LSD and PCP can both cause feelings of disorientation and confusion, making it difficult for individuals to navigate or orient themselves in unfamiliar environments. In wilderness settings, the disorientation could lead individuals to lose track of their surroundings or become unable to find their way back to familiar landmarks or trails, increasing their risk of becoming lost or stranded. Number three is impaired judgment. Both LSD and PCP can impair judgment and decision-making abilities, leading individuals to make risky or irrational choices. In wilderness environments, impaired judgment could lead individuals to take unnecessary risk, venture off trails without proper equipment or supplies, or engage in dangerous behaviors that increase their vulnerability to accidents or harm. Number four is heightened anxiety or paranoia. LSD and PCP can both have induce feelings of anxiety, paranoia, or extreme fear, particularly in high stress situations or unfamiliar environments. In wilderness settings, individuals under the influence of these substances may experience heightened anxiety or paranoia that could lead them to perceive threats where none exist or to avoid contact with others, furthering further is laden themselves and complicating search and rescue efforts. Physical impairment. So, use of physical effects such as numbness, muscle rigidity, and impaired coordination, which could increase the risk of accidents or injuries in wilderness environments where physical agility and coordination are essential for safe navigation and survival. Overall, the effects of LSD and PCP can potentially increase the risk of accidents, dangerous situations, or disappearance in wilderness environments by impairing perception, cognition, and behavior. It's important to approach cases involving suspected substance use with sensitivity and consideration for the complex interplay of factors that may influence individuals' experiences and actions. So, if, say, um, Carly maybe took something or smoked something or whatever that had PCP or LSD like laced in it, she could have been having literal, like, who knows what she could have actually been seeing. I would imagine that could be either really, really, make a really funny story or really a bad one. I've heard you don't want to be around somebody that's gonna freak you out because a bad trip is like something you don't want to do. But I don't know. I'm not one that's ever been like, yeah, let's go ride on butterflies and rainbows. Like, I do that anyway. No, I'm just kidding. Let me switch this. That was weird. Okay, one more. Well, not one more. I'm just kidding. Another one. Okay, so the use of THC, the psychoactive, sorry, the psychoactive component of in cannabis during adolescence has been associated with an increased risk of developing psychosis or psychotic symptoms in some individuals. While cannabis is generally considered to be a relatively safe substance for adult use, its effects on the developing adolescent brain are less well understood and can vary widely from person to person. Research suggests that individuals who use cannabis, especially during adolescence, may be more susceptible to developing psychotic disorders such as schizophrenia, particularly if they have a genetic predisposition or other risk factors for mental illness. THC, the primary psychoactive compound in cannabis, can affect brain development and function, potentially altering neurotransmitter systems and neural pathways involved in mood regulation, cognition, and perception. In some cases, individuals who use cannabis during adolescence may experience acute psychotic episodes or symptoms such as hallucinations, delusions, or disorganized thinking. These symptoms may resemble those seen in individuals with schizophrenia or other psychotic disorders. While such episodes are typically temporary and resolve once the effects of THC wear off, they can be distressing and concerning for both the individual and their loved ones. It's important to note that not everyone who uses cannabis during adolescence will develop psychosis or psychotic symptoms, and the relationship between cannabis use and psychosis is complex and multifaceted. Factors such as genetics, family history of mental illness, environment, and individual differences in brain chemistry all play a role in determining an individual's risk of experiencing adverse effects from cannabis use. If you or someone you know is experiencing psychotic symptoms or distress related to cannabis use or any other substance, it's essential to seek professional help from a qualified mental health professional or healthcare provider. Treatment options may include therapy, medication, and support services tailored to the individual's specific needs and circumstances. Early intervention and support can help mitigate the impact of psychosis and improve outcomes for individuals affected by substance induced psychosis. So, hallucinations are one of the things that you'll notice if a teenager could be possibly in a marijuana-induced psychosis, as well as disorganized thinking, impaired reality testing, behavioral changes, delusions. Teenagers who experience psychosis triggered by THC use may have hallucinations, which involve perceiving sensations that are not real. These hallucinations can involve seeing, hearing, feeling, smelling, or tasting things that aren't present. For example, a teenager may report seeing colorful patterns or shapes, hearing voices speaking to them, or feeling as though bugs are crawling on their skin. Delusions are false beliefs that are firmly held despite evidence of the contrary. Teenagers experiencing THC-induced psychosis may develop delusions that are often paranoid or grandiose in nature. Paranoid delusions may involve beliefs that they are being watched, followed, or persecuted by others. Grandiose delusions may involve beliefs of having special powers, abilities, or importance. Disorganized thinking. THC-induced psychosis can also lead to disorganized thinking, which manifests as difficulty organizing thoughts or expressing ideas coherently. Teenagers may speak in a disjointed or nonsensical manner, jumping from one topic to another without logical connections. They may also have trouble concentrating, following conversations, or understanding information. Reality testing refers to the ability to distinguish between what is real and what is not. Teenagers experiencing psychosis triggered by THC may have impaired reality testing, leading them to struggle with distinguishing between hallucinations, delusions, and actual events. They may become increasingly confused or distressed as they struggle to make sense of their experiences. THC-induced psychosis can also lead to changes in behavior, mood, and social functioning. Teenagers may become increasingly withdrawn, agitated, or suspicious of others. They may exhibit unusual or unpredictable behaviors such as pacing, talking fast. Additionally, they withdraw from relationships and stop attending school. Duration and severity. The duration and severity of psychosis triggered by THC can vary widely from person to person. Some teenagers may experience transient psychotic symptoms that resolve once the effects of THC wear off, while others may develop more persistent or severe symptoms requiring medical intervention. It's essential to seek professional help if psychotic symptoms persist or significantly impair daily functioning. Overall, psychosis triggered by THC use as a teenager can be distressing and disruptive experience, affecting various aspects of the individual's life and requiring appropriate treatment and support to address. Early intervention and support from mental health professionals can help mitigate the impact of psychosis and improve outcomes for affected teenagers. Now that sounds like what Carly was experiencing, no doubt. Kinda. Okay. So let's go to the official website that Daniel's dad's name is David. All right. So we have Daniel Robinson, a young geologist, goes missing in Buckeye, Arizona. On June the 23rd of 2021, overview of Daniel Robinson. In 2019, he had graduated from the College of Charleston in South Carolina with a degree in archaeology. His family described him as incredibly bright and a bright mind who loved his family. Daniel had an innate sense of adventure, but would always inform his family of his travel plans. Daniel is described as 24, black male, standing at 5'8" and weighing approximately 165 pounds. Daniel was born without his hand and part of his forearm on his right side. He did not let that stop him from playing video games or even learning the trumpet. Okay, the day Daniel went missing. Daniel was just beginning his career as a hydrogeologist and was excited for the future. He had recently moved after he was hired. Y'all, listen to this. Go get your little tinfoil thinking caps. The company that he works for is called Matrix New World. I ain't kidding. You see it right here. You can't make it up. And I wish that was all. Like, wait a second. Say what? Any Hoosers. So he's hired by Matrix New World as a field geologist right after graduation. His sister also lives in Phoenix. Daniel was also picked up a side job as an Instacart driver. On June the 12th of 2021, David met a woman named Caitlin while delivering for her. The two exchanged numbers and began texting. While Caitlin was out of town, Daniel stopped by her home to pick up a canopy. Following the incident, Caitlin tried to end communication. On the morning of June 22nd, 2021, Daniel's father, David Robinson II, last spoke to his son. The following day, Daniel stopped at a local gas station before he went to work. He was meeting his coworker, Kenneth, at a job site. When police pulled Daniel's phone records, they were able to determine that the last text message that Daniel sent was to Kenneth around 8:10 a.m. Those who saw Daniel that morning recall that he seemed different than his usual self, but made no comments about harming himself or others. Daniel was last seen around 9 a.m. By 3 p.m., Kenneth noticed that he couldn't reach Daniel and began to search the surrounding desert area in his vehicle. Kenneth could tell that Daniel's tire marks were heading westbound. However, Daniel was still missing. His last known location was in the vicinity of Sun Valley Parkway and West Cactus Road in Buckeye, Arizona. At some point during the day, Daniel's father, David, was made aware of the situation. However, when David called the Buckeye Police Department to originally report his son missing, he was told he was to wait a minimum of 12 hours before he files a report. However, in any jurisdiction, the concept of a 12 or 24-hour waiting period to reporting missing person is a falsie. Daniel was officially reported missing at approximately 7:00 p.m. on June the 23rd of 2021. At this time, David was living in South Carolina and drove to Arizona to help find his son. He arrived in Arizona by June the 26th and wasted no time to aid in the investigation in any way that he could. Several foot and aerial searches were conducted in the desert, but it uncovered no new information related to Daniel's case. Missing persons posters were also handed out amongst the local community. During some of the searches, authorities were able to find remains on several occasions, but they did not match Daniel. On July the 19th of 2021, a local rancher, now you can't make this shit up. Like, what? What? A local rancher? What are you talking? Okay, I'm sorry. Any Hoosers, I digress. So, a local rancher discovered Daniel's light blue. You mean he found the vehicle? No way! Say what? Okay. Some of y'all are probably like, what is she talking about? I'm talking about Aiden Clune, y'all. I'm talking about Aiden Clune. Think about it. I ain't even going to say it. Entertainment purposes only. Do your own research, form your own opinion, blah, blah, blah. So Daniel was not in the area. It was noted that between and the date that Daniel went missing and the date the car was found, there was at least 3 known rainstorms that could influence that crime scene. One, the car was found on its side in a ravine, and it was found a few miles away from Daniel's last known location. A pair of jeans inside out, 2 brown work type boots, a faded orange vest with the company logo, a t-shirt, and 2 socks that were inside out were found at the scene. There was some red paint found on the car. However, authorities did not do any forensic testing on the scene because there was no sign of blood. Despite the wreckage, not long after the car was found, the Robinson family brought private investigator Jeff McGrath to aid in the investigation. McGrath is a private investigator and specializes in accident reconstruction. Now, this is a picture of the way, where, and how the Jeep was found, with everything in it except Daniel. So McGrath had felt that the car's damage did not accurately represent the terrain in which it was found. Upon downloading the car's airbag control module, it was determined that the car was started at least 40 plus times after the airbags deployed. There was an additional 11 miles on the car since the airbags deployed, implying that the car was driven around after it had been crashed. The system also shows that the car was likely crashed around 1 p.m., nearly 4 hours after Daniel was last seen. Upon learning of this information, forensic testing was finally conducted. Law enforcement took wet and dry swabs of various areas of the car. However, the results of those tests have not been made public. Where the case stands today. The Robinson family is still actively searching for Daniel. While several sets of remains have been found while searching for him, none of them match Daniel. David Robinson II has participated in numerous news media and podcast interviews in hopes of raising awareness for Daniel's case, including an appearance at the 2022 CrimeCon event in Las Vegas. He conducts frequent searches of the desert area. Throughout the investigation, the family had to really advocate for Daniel because the Buckeye Police Department lacked a sense of urgency. The family has created the Please Help Find Daniel advocacy website and other social media of the same name to continue sharing Daniel's story. Information, date missing, June 23rd, 2021. Age at incident is 24 years old. He's a male. His hair color is black. His birthday is January 14th, 1997. His NamUs number is MP82064. His height is 5 foot 8 inches. His current age now is 27 years old. His race is African American / black. Weight is 165 pounds. Timeline. Love a good timeline. Okay, so Daniel graduated college in 2019 in South Carolina, the College of Charleston. Daniel attended the College of Charleston in South Carolina and majored in archaeology. He graduated with honors in 2019. Right after graduation, he was offered a job as a field geologist with the Matrix New World in Phoenix, Arizona. One of his sisters lives in Phoenix, and Daniel had taken a class in Flagstaff, Arizona, before he eventually moved to Tempe, Arizona, or Tempe. He was working as an Instacart on the side for extra income, and he had made plans with his family to visit him in July of 2021. On June 12th, 2021, Daniel delivers for Instacart. He has a side job as an Instacart driver. During the delivery, a woman, Caitlin, invited him to hang out at her home with a friend. Caitlin also gave him a podcast suggestion. The two exchanged numbers and began texting. According to Caitlin, Daniel showed up to her home unannounced and attempted to cease contact with him. On June 22nd of 2021, David's last communication with Daniel. According to the Buckeye police report, Daniel's last heard from his son on June the 22nd. June 23rd, 2021, 7 a.m. to 7:03 a.m. Daniel goes to the Shell gas station. Okay, that's right here. This location of the Shell gas station Daniel went to the morning of his disappearance. It's in Buckeye. Okay. Okay. Daniel goes to the Shell gas station. He buys $3.83 worth of fuel. This information was discovered later by police by triangulating both phone, bank, and car records. Authorities were able to confirm via grainy surveillance footage that Daniel was at pump 4. He left by 7:03 a.m. Okay. June 23rd, 2021, 7:22 a.m. Daniel goes to work. On the morning of June the 23rd, Daniel went to work. He worked as a hydrogeologist, which meant he often met with representatives from companies who wanted to drill wells. His workday began at 7 o'clock a.m. That morning, he had a meeting with the company, Weber. His coworker stated that Daniel was behaving strangely, stating that he was staring into the distance and talking about things that did not make sense. His coworker reported the behavior to his supervisor. Now we're at 8:10 a.m. Daniel last text message. According to the phone records pulled from AT&T by police, Daniel's last text message was sent to his coworker Kenneth. The content of the text messages were not included in the police report. 9 o'clock a.m. Daniel's last seen. Okay. Approximate location of routine searches. Okay, what is this? No, right here. This is where he was last seen. Okay. So Daniel is last seen leaving a job site near Sun Valley Parkway and Cactus Road. He stayed for approximately 15 minutes before leaving. He was driving his 2017 blue-gray Jeep Renegade and was believed to have been headed west, deeper into the desert terrain. He is described as a 24-year-old black male standing at 5 foot 8 inches and weighing approximately 165 pounds. He has black hair, brown eyes, and is missing part of his forearm and hand. 3 o'clock p.m. Daniel has not been located. According to the police report, Daniel's coworker Ken was made aware that Daniel had not been located yet. He was also informed that Daniel has not contacted any family. Ken got in his vehicle and began searching for David. Ken told police that the road runs north and south, and if you head south, it comes to a T intersection. If you were to turn east, that would be going in the same direction where Daniel and Ken had come from earlier that day. Ken noticed Daniel's tire marks going westbound where the intersection turns into vast desert terrain. Ken followed the path trying to find Daniel but was unsuccessful. 7:04 p.m. David reports Daniel missing. Daniel's friend contacts his sister. After they both could not make contact with him, Daniel's father, David, is contacted. He contacts Buckeye police but is told he must wait 12 hours before reporting him missing. He then reports him missing that evening. According to new information by Buckeye police, Daniel's phone stopped pinging at 10:30 a.m. On 12:41 p.m. OnStar and Uconnect system investigated. Buckeye police follow up on information provided by David that Daniel might have had the OnStar system or the Uconnect system. This could potentially allow authorities to find Daniel's vehicle location. However, when police contacted OnStar, they were told that Daniel's 2017 Jeep Renegade would not have that system. When authorities spoke with Uconnect, Daniel was listed in the system, but no account was ever officially created. The officer was able to activate Daniel's account in hopes that it would reveal the location of his car. 2:31 p.m. Uconnect ping. Shortly after the police activated Daniel's Uconnect, they received an email showing information to Daniel's vehicle's location. However, the GPS location showed latitude 0.0 and longitude 0.0. Authorities did try to triangulate the cell phone records, but it provided no new information regarding the location of both Daniel and his car. June 24th, 2021, 7:34 a.m. Buckeye police called Daniel's phone. Buckeye police officers Thatcher and Cruz called Daniel's cell phone for a second time, but there's no answer. Daniel was supposed to work that day. After his disappearance, he did not show up per his boss. On June the 25th, aerial search in conjunction with a ground search is also conducted using a Phoenix police helicopter. On June the 26th, David arrives in Arizona. After learning of his son's disappearance, he drives directly from his home in South Carolina all the way to Arizona. June 27th, Buckeye police get updated phone records. Buckeye police received updated phone records from AT&T. The records show only 5 outgoing text messages prior to Daniel's disappearance. However, the content of the messages was not included. On the June the 31st, human remains are found. According to the Buckeye Police Department's report, a skull was found not far from the crash site of Daniel's car. The remains are brought to the medical examiner's office for further examination. On July the 6th, 2021, police speak with apartment management. The Buckeye police make contact with the manager of Daniel's apartment complex. Daniel's family had tried to gain entry into his apartment in hopes of finding new information or clues. However, the management staff did not grant them access per the police report. However, the manager did grant the Tempe police access for a welfare check, and it was noted that Daniel's job had paid his rent. Okay, I got that written down in red. We'll circle back to that because, what? Anyways, when authorities went inside, no items seemed to be out of place or missing. The common areas were seemingly clean and well kept. There were no signs of foul play inside the apartment. July 9th, 5:45 a.m., another aerial search. It was suggested from the police request an aerial search be done by the Civil Air Patrol Search and Rescue Assistance. 4 searches over 6 hours, including sending a second plane the next day. No new information was found. July the 19th at 8:54 a.m., Daniel's car is found. Daniel's 2017 blue Jeep Renegade was discovered in a ravine by a local rancher. It was found a few miles from his last known location. Detectives were sent to the scene. A pair of jeans inside out, 2 brown work-type boots, a faded orange vest with the company logo, a t-shirt, and 2 socks that were inside out were found at the scene. According to the police report, the vehicle had significant damage and appeared to have had front impact in the dirt and rolled before resting on the passenger side. One piece of the Jeep's black removable roof was on the ground, partially wedged under the front of the Jeep. The driver's front window was shattered, and I located glass on the ground consistent with the Jeep rolling one time. There was also substantial damage to the lower front end and damage to the top of the windshield and the roof. All the interior airbags appeared to have been deployed. Despite all the family wishes, no forensic testing was done on the scene because no blood was found at the scene. Daniel was not found. July 21st, family hires PI. Following the information discovered at the crash site, the family hired Jeff McGrath, a private investigator. Jeff had felt that the car's damage did not accurately represent the terrain in which it was found. Upon downloading the car's airbag control module, it was determined that the car was started at least 40 plus times after the airbags deployed. There was an additional 11 miles on the car since the airbags deployed, implying that the car was driven around after it had crashed. The system also shows that the car was likely crashed around 1 p.m., nearly 4 hours after Daniel was last seen. July 22nd, forensic testing. Multiple areas of Daniel's car were swabbed for touch DNA. Authorities took both wet and dry swabs of inside handle of the driver's side door, steering wheel, gear shifter, and push to start button, review mirror of the vehicle, driver seatbelt. Results of his testing has not been released publicly. August 3rd, 9 o'clock a.m. Medical examiner confirmed skull does not belong to Daniel. Upon further investigation, it was determined that it did not belong to Daniel, and the remains were exposed to the elements longer than Daniel had been missing. September 26th, family holds press conference. The family holds their own press conference outside of the Buckeye Police Department alongside local community leaders to draw more media attention to Daniel's case. November 6th, afternoon remains are found don't belong to Daniel. A volunteer-led search uncovered human remains. The family announced on Twitter that the remains did not belong to Daniel, but David is hopeful that he will provide closure for another family. November 23rd, FBI is briefed on the case. The Robinson family holds a public press conference. David Robinson announces that he had contacted the Buckeye Police Department Chief Hall in a letter. The chief replied stating that he personally contacted the FBI to join the search effort. Also, David announces a new phase of his search, asking the public and his volunteers to reach out to local mental health facilities and homeless shelters in the search for Daniel. April 30th, 2022, David attends CrimeCon held in Las Vegas as a featured speaker. His talk, titled A Father's Fight, David Robinson's Search for His Missing Son Daniel. He discusses Daniel's case, an ongoing work him and his team are doing, and highlights the Daniel Robinson Foundation. September 10th, 6:30 p.m., a day of remembrance. David Robinson, along with other families with missing loved ones, gather for a day of remembrance.
love nature.
One thought on his mind as he drove the nearly 1,800 miles from his South Carolina home to Phoenix.
I had to find my son.
His 24-year-old son Daniel, missing since June 23rd.
Trying to make calls as I'm driving. I just had hopes that by the time I got here, something would turn up and I would see my son. I get to put my arms around him and talk to him and try to find out what's going on.
Buckeye police say Daniel was last seen driving a blue 2017 Jeep Renegade away from his work site near Sun Valley Parkway and Cactus Road.
The area he was last seen is a desert, so you got to be prepared for that. You have to get water. You have to get certain things to just go out there to look, so.
He graduated 3 years ago with a major in archaeology, moving to Arizona and living in Tempe for work.
He just loved nature. He loved his job. He's a geologist.
He worked as a field geologist at Matrix New World, offices based in Phoenix, Prescott, and Tucson. In a statement to 12 News, the company says they have been coordinating with the family to the best of their ability, and Daniel is a valued member of our team. We are very concerned. Meanwhile, David says he will stay here for as long as it takes, hoping and searching until his son is home.
We're not going to stop. We're going to try to spread the word as far as we can. And I had to find my child. I had to find my son.
And the family has set up a website for the public to reach out to them with any information regarding Daniel's disappearance. We have that information on our website at 12news.com. We're in Buckeye. Josh Sanders, 12 News.
Well, this is the case that has captivated the nation and has certainly caught the attention of all the volunteers that you see behind me this morning. And joining us live is Dad David Robinson. You held a press conference last week outside of the Buckeye Police Department. And what really struck me is that you said the world knows him as the missing geologist, the missing 24-year-old geologist. But this is your baby. Yes. This is your baby. So how are you doing?
This morning, we're out here to do the same way we're doing every week, searching for Daniel. I came here with a mission in mind, decided I want to do this for my son, make sure I be here for him. He need me, I need him, and I'm going to be out here. So we're out here this morning, continuing our search.
And there is a good amount of people behind us. How many people do you estimate have shown up?
Roughly about 200, a little over 200.
Is that the most for any of the searches? I understand this is the 9th.
It's about typical. We started off with roughly 20 people. Now we moved up to 200 or so people.
Okay, and logistics-wise, give us a little bit of the technology insight. What happens if a volunteer happens to find a trace, a little piece of evidence?
Well, we have a system. We ask the people not to touch anything. If they see anything suspicious on the website, searchfordaniel.org. We have a link there. They take the picture through the link. Those comes to us, and we also turn those over to the Buckeye Police Department.
These are searches that you have organized as a dad. You've kind of been wearing two hats as detective
Yes.
as well. Buckeye Police did conduct some targeted searches this week. They brought out some robotic technology. Do you think that's in direct response to your public pressing of the department?
I definitely do. And matter of fact, I received a phone call from them for the first time in a few weeks now. And I was really happy about that. And I'm asking everybody to continue doing what they're doing. And it's actually working. And I really appreciate that.
And Buckeye Police have said that they're also going to bring in an expert. They're going to look at that airbag data again after your private investigator found out that his Jeep has been driven, 11 miles
That's right.
after it crashed.
That's right.
Do you know exactly when they're going to be looking at that data? Because they said last week and it didn't happen.
Well, I've heard Buckeye say that a few weeks ago. Since my investigator turned those things over to them, it's the same repeat. They repeat it over and over again. I hope they actually do it.
Do you have high hopes that anything will be found today? Or are you cautiously optimistic?
Oh, we get some answers. That's what we're out here for. That's what the people are dedicated for, to find answers to help me bring Daniel home. At this point, I'm wishing for the best and hoping for the best, and my faith is for the best. At the same time, I have to be realistic and optimistic at the same time, and hopefully we find some clues or something that can help us on our journey.
Anything you would like to say to the volunteers and just anyone in the community who has helped?
It's been amazing. I think outside of what happened with the Buckeye Police Department, the community came together. People showed love. The expression of love through the emails, and it's unbelievable. Arizona is unbelievable. So,
It has been an amazing turnout. More people are trickling in. I see more cars
yes,
driving through and parking. David, thank you so much for your time. I'll let you get to it. I know
thank
you're
you.
leading some of the groups.
Thank you.
Thank you
God
so
bless
much.
you. Thank you. Okay.
People will be out here until about 11 a.m. and safety is top of mind because the logistics coordinator just said we don't want to send out a search party to look for the search parties, you know? Okay. We're live in Buckeye. Jess Winters, Today in AZ. Back to you.
Shop Global Golf for gear and recommendations that are all about you. With You Try, You Select, and You Trade In, Global Golf's comprehensive suite of services feature the widest variety of new and pre-owned products.
Okay, so this is Daniel's YouTube channel, which David runs. It's called Please Help Find Daniel. He posts on there very, very, very frequently. Very detailed. I mean, it couldn't be a better source of information as far as that goes. I'm not even halfway through, and I've been watching it for probably the better part of a week. So let's do the search.
All right, today is November 6th, Saturday morning. We came out.
1 second, just for
This video contains commentary and analysis of a YouTube video and may include copyrighted material. The use of such material is in accordance with the fair use provisions of Section 107 of the United States Copyright Law. The commentary provided is for criticism, commentary educational purposes, and aims to contribute to public discourse and understanding. The use of copyrighted material is transformative and adds significant value to the original content. The inclusion of any copyrighted material is not intended to infringe upon copyright, and I strive to use what is necessary to support the commentary. This video expresses the opinions of the creator and should not be considered as professional advice. The creator make no representations or warranties regarding the accuracy or completeness of the information provided. Viewers are encouraged to engage in their own independent research and critical thinking. The creator does not endorse or promote any specific products, services, or views unless explicitly stated. By watching this video, you agree to the terms mentioned in this disclaimer. Thank you.
okay, so we were gonna go ahead and get that out of the way. So this is some of the things that stood out to me, which was he, as in Daniel, was working for some type of how do I say this? Like Go Green and Windmill, no offense, liberal, but you know, that type of I don't know how those go hand in hand though. Like, anyways, that's another rabbit hole. So this is from 2 years ago. Daniel Robinson search finds other human remains in the desert. I believe as of the last update that I read, while out there looking for his son, he and his team had found the remains of seven other missing or other people that were missing, and just not Daniel, not yet. So let's.
And
Okay, back. This is David Robinson again. As you already know, still out here with the Buckeye Police Department. They're currently have these guys out searching this well north. You can see they have a crane. They're taking the camera down into the well to look down into the well. It's not a submergible camera. In other words, it won't submerge into water, but they can take a look down, I guess, on the water level surface itself. They can go down 1,000 feet. Not sure how deep this well is, but so far they put a lot of cable down. This is how it feels to just wonder what happened to your loved one, to wonder where they're at, if they're safe. All the things come to your mind. To be able to put some form of closure to their mind is very good. On the 25th of this weekend coming, the 25th of February. It'll be at 7 o'clock to 11:45. Sometimes we. Okay. Okay, back. This is David Robinson again. As you. Through that hose.
So much for joining us. Our big story right now on 12 News at 6. May 23rd will mark 11 months since Daniel Robinson vanished in the Buckeye Desert.
His father moved here from South Carolina and has been leading search efforts almost every weekend. But now he says donations have dried up and he's hitting the pause button on the search.
So what is next? Team 12's Josh Sanders has been following this story from the very beginning and has more.
Sometimes your body want to say, I can't do it no more. But my mind say, I got to keep going.
Nearly every weekend for the last 10 months, David Robinson has been here, searching the Buckeye Desert with volunteers, hundreds showing up to look for his son Daniel.
10 months is a long time. Every day is that same thing over and over again. Daniel's still out there missing.
He's organized hundreds of search groups, using drones and other technology to canvass miles of desert terrain around the crash site of Daniel's 2017 blue Jeep Renegade. Daniel's clothing found inside out, boots and socks, wallet and laptop. No blood, no and other technology to canvass miles of desert terrain around the crash site of Daniel's 2017 blue Jeep Renegade. Daniel's clothing found inside out, boots and socks, wallet and laptop. No blood blood, no signs of injury, no signs of Daniel. He hired a private investigator and collision expert.
After the airbags came out, somebody turned that ignition over at least 46 more times.
David's teams even found human remains, but not Daniel's. Funding generated through a GoFundMe account. More than $250,000 raised through thousands of donors.
You know, everybody made that possible for me to remain here. Started off with roughly 200 people coming out there on weeks to go out there and search with me. That number has dramatically dropped. You know, I'd be lucky if I get 20.
But that funding has now run dry, leading David to temporarily pause the desert searches.
The stress of the demands of trying to get the forensics work done on the vehicles and the clothing and everything else. Then I had to take away some of the equipment that's very vital and crucial.
Buckeye police do not have evidence pointing to foul play. Despite pausing the searches, David remains determined to find his son and help others with missing loved ones. He's in the early stages of establishing a foundation in Daniel's name to support other families with similar stories.
It's a non-stop deal for me. I want to make sure that the same thing that I have gone through don't happen to another family. So if I can help it.
Josh Sanders, 12 News.
Thank you, guys. My name is David Robinson. I'm the father of geologist Daniel Cornelius Robinson. I'm here today to ask you guys for your help again. Once again, you guys have been helping from day one. You guys are responsible for me being able to remain here in Arizona. You guys have been responsible for all the desert searches that I was able to perform. To be able to search out there for my son, to provide all the equipment that I was utilizing from day one of doing those searches, as well as the city distribution, as well as the city searches that I was conducting, as well as giving me the ability to go out and follow leads, go to different cities, providing the gas money for that, as well as for the flyers and, like I said, distribution, as well as the billboards that's from the east side of Phoenix all the way to the west side of Phoenix. The city distribution, like I said, getting the flyers out to all different cities. So a lot of things you guys have been helping with from day one. I have been doing everything in my power, humanistically I can, as a father. One, without police experience, without PI experience, but have been doing my own investigation to my own searches. So you guys, like I said, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to get those. Unfortunately, I had to get those forensics work done that was not done on the scene of that site here where my son's vehicle showed up. Of course, in my opinion, and from everything I understand, it looks like it was staged there. So also, I had to get those forensics work done on these clothing items. That was found outside my son's vehicle. Everything from that he's wearing supposedly was in a pile 3 feet away from that vehicle. Now, I definitely had to get a forensics done on that to say if it's Daniel's clothing at all. We don't know if it's Daniel's clothing now, but allegedly, according to the Buckeye Police Department, it is Daniel's clothing. And so I'm not sure about it. My family's not sure about it. Like I said, those forensic work had to be done to determine that those indeed is Daniel's clothing in the first place. Also, the forensic work done on the vehicle, as you know, the red transfer plate that's on the side of the vehicle, as well as the airbags, you name it. All that stuff had to be forensically checked. His laptop, his work computer, and his personal home computer also had to be forensically checked. His backpack, his shoes, his socks, saying, like I said, again, the red transfer paint, as well as the airbags in the vehicle, all had to be forensically checked. So it's a lot of things I still have currently doing. I've been fighting from day one. You guys know the story. I have been fighting to get my son's case nationally and, get it out there. And I'm still continuing to fight with that. As you know, I have just recently had paused my desert searches, and that was because of funding. I haven't been getting significant funding since November last year, but I thank you guys for who continue to support until this day. So I really thank you guys for helping as much as you can. I do have a goal that I'm trying to reach, and I'm reaching out today to ask you guys if you could please do everything you can to help me get to that goal. If I can reach that goal, I can do a lot more what I'm doing to continue this fight. Y'all keeping me, like I say, here in Arizona, as well as I can get the opportunity to start making sure I get this forensic work done. That's some other things I'm doing in the background to try to help ensure that I can get the forensic work done. But in the meantime, I still got to prepare, as if it work out or not for me or not, I will let you guys know. But I definitely need those fundings to try to help with that, as well as bringing these searches back again. I am fortunate again to have one nonprofit, the Black and Missing Foundation, have partnership with someone who have drones, and they will be coming out this weekend to help me perform the search. So I have them, and also as well as another group who have UTV, ATVs, and things like that will be coming out. So that really helped me to be able to do a search this weekend. Again, I need funding to get those supplies, to get those equipments out there. That is a story that I had to tell you when I had to make the hard decision to put my searches on pause, and that was because of funding. The last search I had done before then, it was very devastating to see that I have had to go through one section of the desert and then another section that really right next to it needed to be searched, and I had to not be able to do that. Because of, like I said, I want to make sure the volunteers are safe. So one of the things that came in my mind when I had made a decision was a point when I was out in the desert with the volunteers, and one of the volunteers got a little ill from the desert heat. We try to make sure everybody stay hydrated. We keep you safe. We provide the water and the electrolytes and things that you need. But this person had a little heat injury, felt a little sick, and so I went ahead and because like I said, I didn't have the proper equipment at the time that I would like to because of funding. And so when I went to go get the young lady to try to help her out in a U-Haul van at that, and the thing was we got stuck because I was trying to get her to the medic that we have. We do have a medic, and try to get her to the medic, but the medic she was in, we didn't have a command center at the time because of funding. Things we had to start doing some cuts to make sure that the searches can stay afloat.
Time to get up, sweetie.
Most people might not think.
Tonight, we start our series, Missing in America. Every Wednesday night, right here on News Nation Prime, we are going to be diving in to these cases, taking you to where the people were last seen, meeting these families, and bringing you their stories. And we begin tonight with Daniel Robinson, a 24-year-old geologist living and working in Buckeye, Arizona. It is one of the westernmost suburbs of Phoenix. It's a low-lying desert valley, a resort spot that has quickly grown into a full-scale city. And it is where Daniel set off on a start for a job that he loved. He left work in Buckeye June 23rd. He has not been seen or heard from since. Puzzling clues, a crash scene that raises a lot of questions is what we know tonight. News Nation correspondent Nancy Liu is live in Buckeye for us, where she spent some time with Daniel's father. Nancy.
Marnie, it has been over 3 months since Daniel Robinson went missing. This is the area in Buckeye where his vehicle was found. This is remote. The terrain is extremely treacherous, and his family now wonders whether Daniel was really in that vehicle when it crashed here.
I have faith, and I really believe I'm going to have my son back alive.
David Robinson is on the biggest mission of his life. After serving 2 tours in the deserts of Afghanistan, the Army vet has no plans to leave the deserts of Arizona until he finds his 24-year-old son, Daniel.
Treat it like a mission. I keep saying it. I'm a professional soldier. I do my job and find my son. He's my son, I'm his father, and it's my job.
The job has been filled with frustration. Daniel is a geologist who works works for a company analyzing sediments in the area for a well. He was last seen leaving the worksite in Buckeye on the morning of June 23rd. A month later, a rancher found Robinson's Jeep crashed in a ravine. His keys, wallet, and phone were in the SUV, but there was no sign of him.
And I think the first thing he would have done if he was in that vehicle is at least carry his phone with him. I couldn't imagine someone 24 years old won't be attached to his phone.
I'm leaning more towards I don't think Daniel was in that vehicle.
The private investigator working with the Robinson family suspects foul play is involved. He says there are too many unanswered questions raised by data recovered from the vehicle.
The vehicle had 11 additional miles on it from the time the airbags deployed. It had 46 additional ignition cycles on it after the airbags deployed.
Jeff McGrath also notes red paint transfer on the right side of the Jeep.
The vehicle was tipped over on the passenger side, so there's no red paint in this area. So how that got there, that's why I'm saying that vehicle did not crash here. That vehicle was, its last place of rest was here, but something was going on with that vehicle.
The Buckeye Police Department refused an interview request, but provided its report in which coworkers said Daniel made odd comments about needing rest before he left the job site that morning. His father describes Daniel as always friendly and well-adjusted since his birth without a right hand.
He don't wear prosthetics, you know he was born without a hand, and he don't wear prosthetics. His mom tried to get him to wear it. No, Mom, I want to, be who I am, and so that's just Daniel. He was living his dream. He became interested in geology when his first year in college, his freshman year. He took a class, and that just set it off,
Just like the Gabby Petito case, internet sleuths are also at work on this one.
Just seeing the way the car was, the Jeep was, and the evidence, to me, it actually does support foul play.
Brian Watts hosts a mystery and adventure show on YouTube. A recent episode featured Daniel's disappearance.
After I then got lots of comments from people in and around that area that said, yeah, there's crime, carjackings that happen all the time, and it's bad. It's something that they're aware of.
The search for Daniel forges on, and this man on a mission will remain in Arizona until there are answers.
I don't know what to think anymore. Just gonna keep watching and keep on searching.
And Robinson has been searching on his own practically every day for over 3 months and organizing volunteer searches on the weekend. In fact, a major volunteer search is planned for this weekend with an army of over 1,000 people.
Creativity.
Okay.
Okay, so in June of 2023, the Buckeye police released new information in Daniel Robinson's case using advanced data extraction. Authorities were able to place Daniel's cell phone at the crash site around 10:05 a.m. the morning of June 23rd. His phone stopped pinging around 10:30 a.m. That morning, however, a witness claims that they seen Daniel around 11:30 a.m. The updated report also shares some of Daniel's Google searches in the weeks leading up to his disappearance, including "Love Changed Me," "Delete Instagram account," "Shooting Tempe," "Explosion," and "I'm okay to do things I hate." According to his father, Daniel was not exhibiting any unusual behaviors in the time leading up to his disappearance. Police found no evidence, means, or motive or foul play in Daniel's disappearance. The investigation is open and active, but there are currently no promising leads. So this was posted locally in Buckeye, Arizona. They continue to investigate the disappearance. According to them, the timeline is Daniel was last seen leaving his job site near Sun Valley Parkway and Cactus Road just after 9 a.m. Daniel's father reports him missing around 7 p.m. Buckeye's police ground search near job site. Daniel entered into National Missing Persons database. June 24th, Buckeye police ground search near job site. Investigators access vehicle system, no GPS data available. Attempt to ping Daniel's cell phone for location is unsuccessful. And then the police check his apartment. Phoenix Firebird helicopter aerial search, Buckeye police ground search near job site on June the 25th, and July the 6th, Buckeye police search Daniel's apartment and Buckeye police ground search near job site. July 9th, Civil Air Patrol aerial searches. On the 15th of July, they review Daniel's financial records with assistance from family. On July 19th, Daniel's Jeep is found in the ravine less than 3 miles from job site. Multi-agency search with ground and aerial resources. They download crash data from the Jeep, and Buckeye police extract data from Daniel's recovered cell phone. Investigators process the Jeep for evidence on the 22nd. They obtain detailed bank records with family assistance and investigate financial transactions. The keys were also there. So, volunteers search crews recover a skull on the 29th of July. It was later determined the skull did not belong to Daniel. August 19th, interview and re-interview Daniel's coworkers. September 28th, San Recon processes crash site for independent crash report. Buckeye police conduct target ground searches. September 30th, Buckeye police conduct targeted ground search. On October 14th, they revisit crash site. San Recon issues collision report. Below is what was found. Daniel's Jeep Renegade was involved in a rollover crash. It was the only crash recorded on the vehicle's internal systems. Speed increased right before impact, which could indicate an attempt to drive up the other side of the ravine. More than 40 ignition cycles were recorded after the crash. This could be due to driver attempts to restart the vehicle or use the electrical systems. It's unclear how many cycles occurred during tow recovery and when investigators downloaded data. An 11-mile discrepancy between the crash data report and the displayed odometer reader is not considered unusual. Similar discrepancies have been noted by Jeep dealership service departments and other crash reconstructionists. November 6th, human remains found with evidence indicating a different missing person. Remains sent to medical examiner for testing. November 23rd, FBI briefed on the case. Ongoing investigative activity. Interview new contacts identified throughout investigation. Conduct follow-up interviews with witnesses. Examine images and video, including satellite imagery. Check for fraud or financial activity linked to Daniel's social security number and bank accounts. Investigate reports of possible sightings. Conduct targeted searches around Daniel's job site and vehicle crash site. Coordinate with forensic officials to analyze possible items of interest recovered from desert searches. Investigate information produced by volunteer private investigators from across the country. Anyone with information on the disappearance of Daniel Robinson is urged to call the Buckeye Police Tip Line at 623-349-6411. You can also submit an anonymous tip online through text message at our NIXLE website. So, this is allegedly the highway or where he was last seen by his coworker at. This intersection right here. Only 30 minutes into the workday, had just got, like, didn't even do anything, just been there 15 minutes and just left. According to coworker, it was the first time they'd worked together. They didn't know each other well. He was they worked for different companies. But he said he was acting strange and said weird things like, "Hey man, you want to go rest? You want to go rest in Phoenix? You want to go take a rest in Phoenix?" or something along those lines. Something about taking a rest, and then just left. But also, right here. Right here at the intersection where he was allegedly last seen, you go to Street View. And turn around. Go this way. What does that sign say? I think that's the dust compliance. And what is going on over here? What does that say? Arizona's next premier master planned community? How do you say that? Tervalis? Tervalis? Tervalis. Trevalis. I don't know. What the heck is that? I'm gonna Google it. Hmm. Douglas Ranch. The nation's next premier master plan community is coming to Arizona. What the hell is that? Formerly known as Douglas Ranch, has broken ground in one of the fastest growing cities in the United States, Buckeye, Arizona. Just like the name suggests, Surrout, I don't even know, is defined by the majestic peaks of the mountains as to the east and west, but firmly grounded in a respect of its desert setting. Home to some of the most beautiful nature in the world, it will soon emerge, adding to the continued westward growth of the Phoenix Metroplex and become a thoughtfully designed and holistic place. Here, visions of a connected future will honor the vitality and heritage of the high Sonoran desert landscape and a community focused on being a leader in energy and environmental design. On the land lives balance by nature will flourish. In this valley, dreams of every kind will bloom, and to residents in this community, Arizona will always feel like home. Saying, what the hell is this talking about? What the? Have y'all heard of this? I'm not sure. I would imagine there's not much out there, Puff. I don't know what other I'd imagine even regardless it would have something to do with it. I mean, it's massive. I don't know that it would have something to do with he was taking soil sediments or something. But I've heard a little buzz on Reddit about something like a hold on. What the heck? Why does that sound so familiar? Doug with Flagstaff. Huh. Uh-huh.
I was 17 years old when I took over my family's small farm. Today, we've
100,000 new homes could go a long way in addressing the valley's housing shortage, and a developer in the West Valley is looking to make that happen. But some question if the size and the scale are actually sustainable for long term. Here's ABC 15 investigator Courtney Holmes.
We're 30 miles west of Phoenix, past the White Tank Mountains, in pristine desert that developers are hoping will eventually become home to some 300,000 people. But between now and then, the infrastructure for what amounts to a city has to go in place.
A lot of things I've been involved in have turned out to be special.
Jerry Colangelo came to the Valley to develop the Phoenix Suns franchise, but his enduring legacy could lay in what develops on this land some 50 years later.
It was never a matter of if, it was when. You know, how soon would this take place?
Colangelo and his partners always had ambitious plans for the 37,000 acres in North Buckeye since its purchase in 2002.
Buckeye is the fastest growing city in America today, and that's now. Think about 10, 20, 30, 40 years from now.
With more than 200 people a day moving to the Valley, they say it's time to get houses built.
I think that we should have homes on the ground in 2022 for new residents to move in.
David O'Reilly is the CEO of Howard Hughes Corporation. The company bought the land from Colangelo's partners to begin developing the master planned community, Douglas Ranch.
I think the easiest way to think about it is it's 3 times the size of the island of Manhattan.
The eventual goal, 100,000 homes, 300,000 residents, and even more businesses.
It's its own city. And when we're done, we'll have just as many people commuting into work as living there.
That many people will require a lot of water. O'Reilly says they'll get it from the ground.
Douglas Ranch sits right on top of the lower Hassayampa aquifer, which will primarily be our source of water.
And that has environmental advocates concerned.
Too big, too much.
Sandy Barr is with conservation group Sierra Club. Because of prolonged drought and cuts to Colorado River allotments, she says Arizona is running out of options for surface water to replenish groundwater that's been pumped.
Arizona cities like Buckeye should be looking at much more modest growth.
A May 2021 report from the ASU Kyle Center for Water Policy showed there's a possibility the groundwater in the Hassayampa Basin is considerably less than regulators estimate, and some of what's left may not be usable. The state's Department of Water Resources is in the process of determining that right now.
Not the kind of development we should be doing in the Sonoran Desert.
But Howard Hughes Corporation says it knows how to operate in the desert. Summerlin, its master planned community in Las Vegas, has been around since 1990.
We've been ahead of the curve further beyond just the local regulations, saving over 100 millions of gallons of water a year in Summerlin. We're going to be able to employ those exact same technologies.
The state has determined the project's first phase, Trillium, has adequate 100-year supply for just over 7,000 homes. Building is expected to begin next year and could continue for the next 40 years.
I won't see it beyond who knows how many years I have left, but this place is going to be an incredible place.
In Buckeye, Courtney Holmes, ABC 15, Arizona.
Continuing our series Running Dry, a bombshell report now shows that a part of the West Valley doesn't have 100 years of water.
Governor Katie Hobbs, in her State of the State address, accused the Ducey administration of burying the report and ordered for it to be released. And this is happening in a growing part of the valley that's expected to offer new homes to tens of thousands of people.
Team 12's William Pitts explains what the report says and where it's been.
The 100 years rule is Arizona gospel. It's what lets cities grow and lets us live in the desert. It means if you want to build homes that use groundwater, you have to prove that there's enough for those houses to use for 100 years. And a report from the Department of Water Resources says the far West Valley does not have enough. It shows in the next 100 years, this area, Buckeye to Whitman to Morristown to Tonopah, will be 15% short on the water it needs. 12 News has known about this report since last year. We were told it was going to be released, but it never came. Governor Katie Hobbs called out the report in her State of the State and released it.
I don't understand and do not in any way agree with my predecessor choosing to keep this report from the public and from members of this legislature.
Through a spokesman, former Governor Doug Ducey declined to comment. The town of Buckeye said they'd never seen it either and needed to read it before commenting. Water Director Tom Bishansky says the report wasn't secret, it was just unreleased, and developers knew all about it.
We really would have liked to have outed the solution set along with the model. We never quite got the solution set.
The Department of Water Resources issues permits to developers before allowing new builds if developers can show they have 100 years of water. They stopped granting them in Pinal County in 2021.
The department updated its model of the groundwater basin and concluded all of the groundwater is spoken for.
Bishansky says that was the first time the new water model was used. Now they can't give the far West Valley those permits either.
They need to find other renewable water supplies if they're going to move forward and continue to build houses in that area of the valley.
The area has a lot of development in the pipeline. Microsoft founder Bill Gates' investment company bought $80 million worth of land to build a new city called Belmont, 80,000 homes. Jerry Colangelo bought a nearby stretch of land for what he called a city of the future, now called Terra Vallis. That one calls for 100,000 homes. And both of those developments sit where a proposed highway to Vegas would be built, I-11. Some have groundwater permits, some won't get them.
Belmont has some room to grow, and there are lots with Terra Vallis as well, but not the hundreds of thousands of lots that they hope to eventually build.
The good news is if you already have a house built, you should have 100 years of water guaranteed. And this is what happens if we don't do anything about it.
It's just a matter of time that you're going to allocate all of that water to all of the current and new users, and we're going to face this issue everywhere.
And here's the kicker. The Department of Water Resources, with its new water model, hasn't looked at the groundwater in Phoenix or Tucson yet. But they plan to, along with the rest of the state. William Pitts, 12 News.
Well, thanks to...
Meet your brain, the 3-pound supercomputer capable of incredible feats. But like any computer, our brains can become overwhelmed, stuck, and in need of an update. With depression, key regions become inactive and unable to interact.
As the Arizona Republic's water reporter Joanna Allhands put it, Governor Katie Hobbs issued a wake-up call. Will our elected officials listen? Our first guests have been sounding the alarm for a while now. Sarah Porter is executive director of the Kyle Center for Water Policy at Arizona State University. She's worked on water issues in the West for the last 2 decades. Kathleen Ferris is a senior research fellow at the Kyle Center with more than 40 years of experience on Arizona water issues. In fact, she helped write the 1980 state groundwater law that saw this day coming and tried to avert it. Welcome back to Square Off. Great to see you.
Thank you.
I'm going to start with you, Sarah Porter. Kind of a simple question. There are a lot of water shortages out there. We've been talking about the Colorado River for about 2 years or more. How does this water shortage tie in, if at all, to the Colorado River shortage?
Well, this water discussion that we're having is about groundwater, which is water that's stored in aquifers and we pump up through wells. And so it's a different water supply, but it ties in because we really need to think about one water. Pressure on one source of supply usually means pressure on all the other sources of supply.
But this is not Colorado River water.
This is groundwater, water stored in the aquifers. It is not Colorado River water.
One of our many water issues. Now, Kathy Ferris, a week before Katie Hobbs' State of the State speech, here's what you said in an Arizona Republic op-ed, quote, "The state of Arizona is facing a water crisis and it is time for full transparency." And you called on Governor Hobbs to order the release of a West Valley groundwater study. So, and here's what else you said, so the truth can guide our water decisions. First question is, were you the one who told the governor, hey, this exists, you need to release it?
Well, I'm one of the ones who told the governor, but I had had enough, basically, and I felt that this report had been sequestered for too long. It's been ready to be released for a long time, and it felt to me like if it didn't get released, then we would not have the necessary discussion that we need to have.
And that we're having right now.
Right now.
Why was it sequestered?
Well, you can guess as well as I can, but there's a lot of money involved in people who own land in it's called the Hacienda Subbasin, the west side of the valley, and they want to build big master plan communities. And if there's no water for those communities, then they can't move forward.
And here's a larger question, something I've been wondering about for years, or asking about. So the truth can guide our decisions. Has the truth been guiding our decisions or not on water over these last few decades?
Sometimes, but not always. So the problem that we've got now with groundwater has been decades in the making. And it's been decades in the making because we've ignored the basic fundamentals of groundwater management and have decided that we can just allocate groundwater to new development. And the bottom line is we really can't grow on groundwater. It's a finite supply.
And it's literally water that's underground, and that is pumped to the surface. Do we even know how much groundwater is there?
We do, but the models keep changing. The way we know is through modeling, sophisticated modeling by the Department of Water Resources. But what we've seen is that over the years, those models have changed. and have shown that, in fact, the groundwater that's available is less than what we previously thought. So we have to be more conservative about allocating that groundwater.
In one of the fastest growing states and areas in the country. And Sarah, I'll turn to you. This West Valley study shows a vast area in and around Buckeye, one of the fastest growing cities in the country. Buckeye itself in area is larger than Phoenix. It is falling well short of the groundwater it needs to support long-term growth. As Kathy said, major projects are
So we're wrapping up a detail right now, and I'm gonna go into Jobber and send the invoice. So I'm gonna click on their schedule.
Sorry, you guys, I was writing this down. So apparently, what they're talking about, all the his groundwater is what they're having a problem with. And they have to have, I'm sure, the hydrogeologists come in and say that there's enough. And what if they tried to bribe or threaten or bully him into saying that there was more than there was, or having him report, to their favor, and maybe he wasn't willing to do it and he just walked off and left. I also want to add that I heard his dad say in one of his most recent interviews that apparently, before the police had even got there, his apartment, him being Daniel, his apartment had seemingly been ransacked, like there had been someone there looking for something, and his computer had been searched, like, gone through, and don't know by who or what, but I would assume that it was the same people that came and took in care of his rent, and that was his quote unquote job.
This course is about systems and system thinking.
Hello and welcome to this class. This is
Okay, so it says hydrology is the study of groundwater. It is sometimes referred to as geodryology or groundwater hydrology. Hydrogeology deals with how water gets into the ground, recharge, how it flows to the surface through aquifers, and how groundwater interacts with the surrounding soil and rock, the geology. What do hydrologists do? They design and construct water wells. They discover how much water is available. They investigate the quality of the groundwater. They design schemes for cleaning up pollution in groundwater. They design dewatering schemes, for example, in construction sites. Help to harness geothermal energy through groundwater-based heat pumps. And I guess that's it.
My name is Wendy Kemp. I'm the manager of water resources and I'm a hydrogeologist. I'm passionate about my job because I drink water and you drink water and my children drink water, so I really
Dear Lord.
have a concern to make sure that it's clean and safe for everyone and it has a large impact on a lot of people. The duties of a hydrogeologist at the Region of York, you're responsible for looking at development applications to see if there's anything in there that may impact our ability to take water, both from a quality and from a quantity perspective, so how much water they take and whether their activity might contaminate the groundwater. So that's one piece, and the second most important piece is the monitoring. So we have a lot of data on groundwater levels and on chemistry, and so we're checking to make sure that there are consistent trends that we would expect, that things aren't declining or that may impact our ability to provide drinking water to our residents. A hydrogeologist goes out in the field and looks at different geological layers to see how water flows through the earth. It's an art more than a science in that you're trying to pull a lot of things that you can't really see all in one spot. So for hydrogeology, you can't see below the surface. So you have this drill or this core that tells you in this location we have this and this and this geology, but you have to use your imagination to sort of interpret the rest of the surface. You can work for a municipality, you can work for the provincial government, the federal government, so all levels of government. You can work for an agency, so conservation authority. You can work for an environmental group. You can work for agricultural or an aggregate company or a mining company. Most people have a master's degree. Master's of Science is typically what you see, or engineering route. It's a math and science dependent program, but can be environmental science.
Brian's Mysteries and Adventures on Trail, and today's case takes us to goals. Daniel was attending college and graduated back in 2019 from the University of College of Charleston in South Carolina. And honestly, this guy was a smart guy. He majored in geology, and not only that, he picked an awesome college. I've never seen fences to work projects in crazy heat, but it's located in the remote desert area. He got a job with the Matrix New World Engineering out in Phoenix, so he moved out right away. And he was overseeing lots of sites located in the remote desert areas, and he often worked in very extreme conditions and traveled long distances to work projects in crazy heat. But according to Daniel's father, he said that he loved what he did. He loved outdoors, he loved hiking, he loved examining the rock formations, and he just was really, really into his job. Well, he was last seen on around Sun Valley Parkway and West Cactus Road, which he was driving to a job site apparently. And as you can see in these pictures, it is just vast like nothingness. And apparently he was heading out this road west to get further into the desert areas. I just can't imagine. I mean, I would just hope that he had plenty of water and supplies, because as you can see, I did pictures from every angle, and it's just like nothingness upon nothingness. So anyway, Daniel was very familiar with these areas, and he had never had any problems before. He was driving his 2017 Jeep Renegade, and that was the last he was seen. Now, they were able to ping Daniel's phone, but apparently, I guess because of the phone being out of range or maybe turned off, they weren't able to see where it was located or where he possibly was. So unfortunately, that didn't lead anywhere. On July 9th, authorities performed an extensive air and land search. However, that turned up nothing as well. Unfortunately, according to the investigation...
Welcome to Flatiron School. This is where you learn how the future works. Where the
A young Arizona geologist vanishes in Buckeye, miles from his work site. Years later, Daniel Robinson's father has not given up hope. And tonight, he tells ABC 15's Luz Delia Caballero he believes there is new evidence in the case suggesting foul play.
As you can see, it's a vast desert, and we're driving on a road near where then 24-year-old Daniel Robinson was last seen here in Buckeye. And now, more than 2 years later, the question remains, what happened to Daniel Robinson?
Where's Daniel? Where's my son?
Questions David Robinson II asks himself every day.
I've been out there for 2 years, still searching for Daniel, still putting out information, doing everything I can to find him.
Daniel, a geologist and scientist, disappeared from a work site in the Buckeye Desert in June of 2021. Detectives found his Jeep crashed into a ravine nearly a month later, about 4 miles from where he was last seen with his clothes and his belongings at the crash site.
Every time you come around Daniel, he's a person that will bring joy and happiness into your life. He loved nature. He liked to be in tune with nature, be into the nature. He liked to hike, in Arizona, for instance, is one of the favorite states for Daniel because, hey, he's a geologist.
And while Buckeye PD says there aren't any updates in this case, David says otherwise.
Because of my own independent investigation, I was able to go a little further with things that my investigator and I at the time found in Daniel's apartment.
He says then the Tempe Police Department did an investigation of their own on all electronics inside Daniel's apartment.
In that report, I had discovered that someone was in Daniel's apartment after he went missing.
Adding a key piece of evidence was on his son's computer.
They had just finished building that computer a few days before he went missing, and we did find evidence of someone doing searches, going through the computer.
Wait a second. He's a geologist, but he built his own computer? Okay. All right. Yeah, like that's what we're supposed to believe, that he's barefoot and naked with no phone, no clothes, nothing, just bare booty and bare feet. And No footprints, no tracks, like him crawling out of the vehicle, no blood. It's very strange. And I just want to say, building computers, let me find out Daniel is Black Dove. All right, that was the last one.
After June the 23rd of 2020.
Police department did an investigation of their own on all electronics inside Daniel's apartment.
In that report, I had discovered that someone was in Daniel's apartment after he went missing.
Adding a key piece of evidence was on his son's computer.
They had just finished building that computer a few days before he went missing. And, we did find evidence of someone doing searches, going through the computer after June the 23rd of 2021 when my son went missing. We put all those things together, and that suggests some form of foul play. We need to get to the bottom of it.
Though Buckeye Police tells ABC 15 digital forensics show no indication of foul play. And through it all, David remains hopeful of being reunited with his son and urges law enforcement to continue pursuing Daniel's case so it doesn't go cold.
How can a parent stop searching for their child?
Lustelia Caballero, ABC 15, Arizona.
My name is Rachel Nelson. I'm a Term 5 School of Medicine student, and today I'll be
Marks 2 years since geologist Daniel Robinson went missing from a work site in Buckeye.
Investigators found his car crashed a month later, but there have been no signs of Robinson since. Buckeye police just released an updated report on this case, and his father is responding to new information that's now out in the public. True Crime Arizona's Brianna Whitney has been sifting through the documents here. Brianna, what have we learned so far?
Yeah, I mean, any new details could be crucial to the case. And now we know specifics about when Daniel's phone was at the crash site, which helps rule out some things. We also got a better idea of forensics on Daniel's electronics and where Buckeye police stand now in terms of following tips.
New revelations in the Daniel Robinson case as his family and investigators are going on 2 years of searching for the missing geologist who vanished in late June 2021. His car was found crashed with all his belongings inside, but Daniel was never seen again. The police report reveals when detectives extracted data from Daniel's Google searches in the week leading up to his disappearance. There were searches that stuck out, like "Love changed me," "delete Instagram account." There were searches that stuck out.
Should I call her? Can you break lease before it renews? Love changed me. Love is patience. COVID. COVID? Hold on a second. To possess or have. Yearn. He COVID's time for. Oh, what in the. To desire. Okay. 10 Commandments. Delete Instagram account. Spewing temp. Love is something you can't explain. Explosion. What the hell?
Out like "Love changed me," "delete Instagram account," "shooting Tempe," "explosion," and "I'm okay to do things I hate." But Daniel's dad, David, had just talked to his son on the phone and didn't hear anything alarming.
Outside of the history for searching, things like that, he definitely did not display that openly.
The new information in the report shows Daniel's phone at the crash site at 10:05 a.m. and it stopped tracking just after 10:30. That becomes very important with the other new details we learned a lot more about. A witness named Bill who claimed to have seen Daniel in the area after he disappeared. Bill noticed Daniel's new Jeep and said he was wearing a reflective work shirt and boots. He also noticed Daniel was missing part of his arm, which is consistent with Daniel's disability.
At first, his theory seemed to have been valid. And I even mentioned it in my family press conference that there was a second person that seen my son.
But Bill claimed to have seen Daniel around 11:30 a.m., then changed his story to different potential sighting times, none that matched the date.
There was a second person that seen my son.
But Bill in the area, and it stopped tracking just.
All right, y'all. I know I'm not hearing stuff. You're telling me a Bill The rancher. Is that what they just said? It's seen him or seen the car? I can't. I can't do it. Sorry. I gotta. I'm just little weird things because obviously the one was in California, one was in Nevada, one was in 2022. The other one was in. Oh shit. Let me sit on that. I didn't realize. I did not realize how. Harley's the one that was the big gap because she was in 2018, but actually Daniel and Aiden's were less than a year apart. Interesting. I digress. They said Bill. That's what I thought. And Bill owns property in other places than Nevada. Don't forget that either. Remember?
On the phone and didn't hear anything alarming.
Outside of the history for searching, things like that, he definitely did not display that openly.
The new information in the report shows Daniel's phone at the crash site at 10:05 a.m. and it stopped tracking just after 10:30. That becomes very important with the other new details we learned a lot more about. A witness named Bill who claimed to have seen Daniel in the area after he disappeared. Bill noticed Daniel's new Jeep and said he was wearing a reflective work shirt and boots. He also noticed Daniel was missing part of his arm, which is consistent with Daniel's disability.
At first, his theory seemed to have been valid. And I even mentioned it in my family press conference that there was a second person that seen my son.
But Bill claimed to have seen Daniel around 11:30 a.m., then changed his story to different potential sighting times, none that matched the data of Daniel's phone at the crash site by 10 a.m. The police report also cast suspicion that Bill may not have been truthful about a law enforcement background.
Those was red flags for me. I went to the Buckeye Police Department with that.
After Buckeye police interviewed Bill just 2 weeks ago, they issued this statement in their report. At this time, there is no evidence in Billy's electronic devices or phone records, which helps to corroborate or disprove his story. The data in Daniel's phone does not align with his story, and it remains unclear what his motivation would be to lie about talking to Daniel the day he went missing. Daniel's dad says he has to remain hopeful.
I just have my faith to believe that somehow, some way, I'm going to find my son alive, and I'm going to bring him back home.
Now, because Daniel lived in Tempe, Tempe PD also assisted in the investigation recently and forensically processed Daniel's computers and iPad, but they did not find any information that could help find him. Buckeye PD says they're still analyzing the raw data and they're also still actively taking tips in this case. So much mystery. As for later this month, Daniel's dad, David, is holding a virtual candlelight vigil on June 23rd. That will mark the exact 2-year anniversary of him going missing.
So basically all of his devices were in that car. Nothing. He carried nothing with him if he left the car.
Right. Nothing with him. And that's what's interesting here. Was there foul play? Was there not foul play? And if there wasn't, you don't think he would have made it very far because it was so hot out there that time. His shoes, clothes, everything was at the car. So it's just nothing really adds up.
There are no theories, no possible theories.
I mean, people have their theories. Either he might have been picked up, or was there foul play? Did somebody take him?
Like kidnapping.
Sure, things like that. I mean, people have come up with different theories, but the reality is we don't know.
As far as the evidence goes.
Right, right.
Wow, what a story. Brianna, thank you. In other...
I was 17 years
The disappearance of 24-year-old Daniel Robinson in 2021 was very mysterious due to the bizarre events which led up to it and the even stranger occurrences that would take place after the fact. Daniel Robinson was a native of Columbia, South Carolina, and he was the youngest of 4 siblings. Growing up, he had many friends and was very close to his family. Daniel was born with a condition that left him without part of his right arm, but this never slowed him down. After school, Daniel decided to become a geologist and enrolled in the geology program at the College of Charleston in South Carolina. Just months after graduating from the school with his geology degree in 2019, Daniel had been offered a position with Matrix New World Engineering, an environmental engineering company. This position required him to relocate across the country to the city of Tempe in Arizona, about 2,000 miles away from his hometown. Although Daniel was excited to be starting his career, No one could prepare him for the unforeseen circumstances which would befall him. June 23rd of 2021 began like any other day for Daniel. That morning, he would arrive at his work site in Buckeye, Arizona at 9 a.m. in his Jeep SUV. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by Ken Elliott, a technician who was employed by Weber Water Resources that Daniel had never met before. His company worked
Weber Water Resources? Okay. Hold on, you guys. Over 100 years of innovative and strategic water resource solutions. Founded in 1910, Weber Water Resources have been provided the wildest range of water solutions at the lowest available risk to clients for over a century. Through our superior problem-solving ability, Weber Water Resources partners with public and private clients to achieve the most equitable outcome possible on each project. Our processes are tailored to meet the unique needs of the markets we serve: agricultural, industrial, mining, and municipal. Pump and well services offer comprehensive services for well pumps, booster pumps, and water wells. These include pump installation, pump repair, preventative maintenance programs, mechanical and chemical well rehabilitation, as well as in-house machining and fabrication capabilities. Drilling. Weber specializes in the drilling of large diameter water wells utilizing table-driven reverse circulation methodology. Our drill rig fleet has capacities ranging from 125K to 225K, finish diameters greater than 12 and depths exceeding 2,000. Weber has expertise to meet service design, installation, and contracting specifications for internal and external projects that include programming, SCADA, VFD, motor controls, and troubleshooting for a variety of water production facilities. And Weber has extensive experience in the constructing water production facilities. The ability to self-perform major scopes of a project, along with understanding constructability and serviceability, allows for a cost-effective and value-engineered asset for our clients. Huh. Interesting. Wait, one more thing, real quick. I seen this yesterday. Blew my mind a little bit, not gonna lie. So this was in July of 2023. Okay. We're going to come back to that. Because that's not even the jaw-dropping one. Right here. So this was in 2022. The vice president of Matrix New World Engineering passed away unexpectedly on April 28th of 2022. We will miss him immensely. Matrix was fortunate to have Rob join our team in December 2014, and his impact was felt immediately. Like many people, I developed a genuine friendship with Rob, and his quick wit and sense of humor are irresistible. For those of you lucky enough to know him as a mentor, you can take comfort in knowing that you are part of his legacy. Our prayers and thoughts are with his family. Rob helped lead and grow the environmental program within the company, added Senior Vice President Dennis Petricelli. He was a brilliant, technically and wonderful mentor to numerous younger staff who worked under him. So look, I have looked like he just died suddenly. Like I don't know what that means. I can't find anything other than his actual obituary, which doesn't say what happened. It's just a little odd. Could be coincidental, but the timing, It's almost like maybe these people that were gonna like do the things the right way and say, hey, there's not enough water and stuff like that, and it's not safe, or it's not whatever the word is, sustainable, and maybe they were wanted to like, oh, we'll pay you to look the other way, or better yet, who are you? Like we're not going to do anything. We'll just kill you if you say anything else, if you don't say what we want. It just seems like everybody that was on the let me not speculate like that. Let me just say, I don't know. Yeah, me too. Tough. Me too. All right, let's go back to what I was just looking at. Mindy Chasin Hortzowitz promoted to vice president. So I guess that's who took his place. Huh. Nathan. Okay. Okay. Renowned matrix hydrologist presented at Arizona Hydraulical Society in Phoenix. Nathan Miller highlighted groundwater issues and solutions. July 23rd, 2023. Phoenix, Arizona. Nathan Miller, Arizona Operations Manager at Matrix, recently spoke at the Arizona Hydraulical Society in Phoenix. Groundwater is a critical component of water resources in Arizona, and shortage declarations on the Colorado River have intensified the need for actively managing our groundwater resources. Groundwater models developed in key areas of the state are important tools that help water resource resources managers make informed decisions. Miller's presentation provided an overview of models used throughout Arizona for assured and adequate water supply, AAWS, permitting in groundwater transportation projects. He also discussed a path forward to address key issues for recent AAWS models released by the state that shows apparent deficiencies in the supply of groundwater to meet the demand over the next 100 years. At Matrix, Miller leads the groundwater modeling team. He has 2 decades of experience in groundwater modeling and water resources development permitting. He is recognized as a key hydrologist and modeler who regularly represents clients before ADWR and ADEQ and manages the success completion of permits issued by these agencies. Nathan Miller stated, "These models are incredibly important as they affect where development can move forward in Arizona. Our work has demonstrated that predictive modeling assumptions substantially affect key model results. I am glad that I was able to communicate these details to fellow hydrologists because we all need to work together to face our water resource challenges." According to Jane Warren, PE president, Nathan is an expert in all aspects of groundwater. Matrix is proud to be involved with providing timely water solutions that will benefit communities and the environment. Nathan Miller is Arizona Operations Manager for Matrix New World Engineering and leads the company's groundwater modeling team. A graduate of the UA, he has over 24 years of experience in groundwater modeling and water resources development permitting. He is recognized as a key hydrologist and modeler who regularly represents clients and manages the successful completion of permits issued by these agencies. He was conducted numerous hydraulic investigations and prepared applications for AAWS determinations. Miller and his team develop groundwater models and construct predictive modeling scenarios to address water resource questions in several key areas throughout Arizona. The Arizona Hydraulical Society is a nonprofit organization that provides an open forum for professionals to exchange information. AHS supports public understanding, education, and training in the science and technology of hydrology and water resources. An impact part of their mission is promoting the responsible use, management, and preservation of water resources in the arid Southwest. Matrix New World Engineering is a company of engineering and science experts who focus on some of the nation's most pressing long-term challenges, including climate change, resiliency, ecological restoration, contamination studies, water supply, disaster response, and urban revitalization. Matrix believes solving environmental challenges through careful planning and engineering is an indispensable measure of success. Matrix has offices in New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Arizona, and Louisiana, coupled with project experience throughout the United States and Caribbean. For more information on the firm, please contact President at John Warren at mnwe.com.
Well, good morning and welcome to the Capital Times Morning Scoop webinar for January 26th. My name is Ron Doba and I'm moderating. I'll be going over the format and of this morning's webinar and introducing our panelists shortly. We're going to wait a minute or so while all the participants do, and they another so and this familiar with recent attempts that have been made to form an active management area in the Wilcox Basin. Also with what's happened in the Douglas Basin, where an active management area was formed. So let's go ahead and get started. Let's talk about groundwater to begin with in a general issue about what it is and what it's doing out there underground. So I'm going to start with Nathan Miller with Matrix. Nathan's been involved in a number of modeling projects over the years throughout the state, all around the state, And he has a wealth of experience that he should be able to share with us this morning. So Nathan, to begin with, can you describe some of the trends that you're seeing in groundwater levels around the state, either based on your groundwater modeling experience or trusted data that you've seen or examined from that's out there from other projects?
Hi, good morning, Ron, and good morning, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this. Yeah, to answer your question, well, first, groundwater models, I'm a groundwater modeler, so I feel very passionate about groundwater modeling, but I think this question, I think it's better to start with measured data, because that's something that really we can all agree for the most part that the measured data are real. You know, we can actually see what's happening. ADWR Field Services measures and maintains a database of groundwater levels throughout the state. And this is a valuable.
What up, what up?
KV, what's going on? So, these people, the Matrix people, right? They're the Matrix people. So they're to the pipelining and the hydro workings and all this for the water, right? And
Apparently they're into all of it. I don't understand it. Like, how are you in the oil but yet you're supposedly like you're going green? Like, how isn't that counterproductive?
No, it's not unusual actually for both, like for these things to be in both sides and stuff like that.
Yeah, but it's like is it just a way to, or I mean, like putting up wind farms where there's no wind? I mean, come on, or is it?
Right.
What are you talking about?
So let's say, okay, they mapped out, like in the beginning, they said that they mapped out these water wells, right? And they had 150 years worth of water, so they say, right? Now, him being a geologist,
in 2002, right? They bought the property originally in 2002.
Right.
So
now,
I just wonder why they sat idle so long.
Probably because they had to, work out some kind of way to find out if the water was contaminated. You know what I mean? What if, if they had 150 years of water, it doesn't mean that that's
that it's drinkable
water. Yeah.
Right.
So
exactly.
if it was contaminated, what if this geologist found out, from the stuff that's around the, the soil?
Oh, that's his dad said he was taking soil sediment. He was doing soil sediments. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense.
Who's to say that he didn't find out that, this would have made the water contaminated? So they don't have 150 years. So it being
they
so
have
close
like
to the
less
Colorado
than 15.
River, right? And then the other guy, the one that he met that first day, worked for a company that builds the structures of these water maintaining companies and stuff like that. Who's to say that maybe they weren't trying to pipe into the Colorado River, you know what I mean, into their facility to say, look, we weren't lying about the water. It's not contaminated.
Right. Or all they would have to do is get Daniel to, to manipulate the numbers and ultimately just lie and be okay about it and let it blow up when it blows up. Everybody would be long gone and dead and retired by the time it would come to, fruition anyway, but they would be able to break ground ultimately, and that's what's holding them up from building this big ass housing development.
Exactly. So basically, you know what I mean, him being the geologist, and if he said, look, you know what I mean, these soil samples are, hinky or whatever, you know what I mean, and maybe I need to send them off to another place to find out for sure. It's holding their process up, and it's like, hey dude, what the fuck, man, we need to break, because time is money, you know what I mean?
Right.
And the more time that they're wasting without breaking ground is because they've already invested that money, you know what I'm saying? So they're losing money every day. That
people are already like have model homes and shit, and they're supposed, like, they've already given them a date that they're supposed to be in there, in the date by the house. So every day that they're not closer to that is they can be sued. They can people can investors
Correct.
can back out because
Back
trust and
out.
believe this isn't
Exactly.
just one person's money.
Right. Right. And I mean, this is just a theory, though. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean,
No, it's a
it,
good one though. It's one that makes sense.
right. You know, what I mean, it's just like listening to all that right now, that how you just, with these new news things or whatever, and then, showing these people and their specifications. It's
Right.
strange,
Yeah,
you know what I mean? To
I
know
didn't
that.
even know none of this crap existed. The only reason I'm even familiar with any kind of geology is because that's what NK did in the Chris Watts case, which is super weird because it's like, what's up with these fucking geologists and oil rigs and death and what the hell? Lions and tigers and bears, oh my, like
Because it's money, you know what I mean? I honestly do know people, in New Mexico that own water rights, you know what I'm saying? And when you own water rights to, I don't care how small the town, how big the town is, you'll have mad freaking
some would say that's what happened to Dylan too, is what it
yeah,
boiled down to. Like I've heard that several times was, like water rights out there in the desert, like people are like they're not playing. They're
right. And so like people who are into like the water and stuff like that, it's not uncommon for them to also be in the oil industry, because it
well,
all has to
yeah,
do with piping, piping and stuff like that. And, they use,
right.
water for fracking and all that bullshit. So they also obtained some oil rights, and just because I don't want people to know who I know and then be able to trace this back, but I'm not going to say how they obtained the oil rights, but they were able to obtain oil rights, which made them multimillionaires. I mean, and I've literally seen it. They flew out New Jersey Governor Chris Christie to their little, thing or whatever. And there was like mad politicians there. They have like mad clout and stuff like that. And you would think like, really? Like these people?
Why is Bill Gates buying up all the farmland?
Why is it? So Bill Gates is buying all the farmland so that people can't
He's
have cows and
monopolizing the
stuff like
shit.
this.
Yes.
So you know what I mean? So it lessens the food and stuff like that, and um, so that there's starvation and people will die off and shit like that.
Is it a
This dude
power
is not
trip
a
or
good
is it
guy.
like a power move?
It's a power move, you know what I mean? To bullshit where they're trying to get it to where it's like 500 million, I believe, population.
Oh, for shit's sake. Okay, well, okay, make sense. I was listening to Dr. Phil, and you realize like the only other one who's buying up just as much as Bill Gates is China.
Yes.
Like our far what, and it's like strategically they're buying like
Right.
next to military bases.
Correct. Now,
What the?
that shouldn't be allowed because
We couldn't do that
but
there.
Biden is allowed in that shit. These how do you say it? Subsidiary fucking companies.
Yeah.
It's
Shell
not.
companies.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? But ultimately it's owned by fucking China. When you
Yeah.
go and look through it, it's all owned, and it's not by like China, it's by like the bad part of the government of China. I can't remember what they're called, like the red something or some shit like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not good, you know what I mean? But buying all the land, just like in Africa, they're doing the same thing. They're providing railroads and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So people can get from one place to another easier than walking or getting chased by lions and stuff. But also too, Bill Gates went over there with this stupid ass foundation and was giving that. I believe it was from Nigeria, I believe, and was doing vaccinations for the kids and stuff. And then so like over there, they literally almost had like no kind of autism. You know what I'm saying? Virtually
Right.
almost no kind of autism. Well, after they had went over there and started vaccination these kids and stuff like that, well, they started having night cases of like autism and stuff like that. The girls were, and the boys, I guess, too, as well, were, how do you say, they can't have children. They're barren or whatever.
Sterile.
Sterile, thank you. Yeah, yeah, so they're sterile, right? And when they found this out, they're like, yeah, if the Bill Gates Foundation ever comes back over here, we're going to kill him.
What the fuck?
So, I mean, you can look that up too.
So he's like,
Yeah.
they're like guinea pigs.
Basically, yeah.
Wow.
And they knew what they were doing. You know what I mean? They wanted them to be sterile. So again, it's depopulation. You know what I'm saying? He's all about depopulation.
No way. That's nuts.
He should be, charged with crimes
Treason.
to humanity.
Treason. Yeah.
But
What the fuck?
I don't know how he's not.
China owns roughly 384,000 acres of U.S. agricultural land, according to a 2021 report from the Department of Agriculture. Of that, 195,000 acres, worth almost $2 billion when purchased, are owned by 85 Chinese investors, which could be individuals, companies, or the government. The other 189,000 acres are worth $235 million when purchased and are owned by 62 U.S. corporations with Chinese shareholders. Chinese agricultural land ownership only increased about 550 acres from 2015 to 2019. Then ownership jumped 30% from 2019 to 2020, from some 247,000 acres to roughly 352,000. U.S. companies with Chinese shareholders more than doubled their acreage that year, accounting for 102,000 acres of the growth. China acquired another 32,000 U.S. agricultural acres in 2021, not as much as they scooped up in 2020, but 98% higher than their combined growth between 2015 and 2019. What the actual
Right.
slut.
So all of a sudden, Biden comes into
Yeah, and boom, here we go. They got
presidency. Right.
half a freaking $1 billion worth of agriculture just like that.
Exactly.
Right under our noses.
You know what I mean?
Concern
and
about Chinese purchases of U.S. agricultural land increased in late January when the China-based Fufeng Group Ltd. was prevented from building a corn mill on land close to a North Dakota Air Force base after officials called it a security risk. Well, thank fuck.
Right? Like, come on. You don't think that's a fucking security risk? Like that?
Yeah, that's like the fucking windmills in Texas right next to the fucking air base, but there's no fucking wind.
Right. You know what I mean? It's like, let's just put a prison next to the
elementary
Air
school.
Force or we're in elementary school or Walmart or some bullshit.
Janae, but we our taxpayers' dollars go to billions of infrastructure, and this is the best you can do.
Well, well, here's the thing. So, like, these are things that the people are supposed to be able to vote on. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta understand, like, when this shit happens, it's like, well, how the fuck did this get through? We would never vote on this shit, right? Well, it's because once we're, paying attention to some other bullshit,
it's that shit they vote into legislation. Yeah, that we don't pay attention to.
Exactly. It's like, oh, let's throw this in here real quick, and it's like,
the fucking fine print. It's like, what?
Right.
Wait, that we just heard billions of dollars and just nod and grin, because it was like, okay, well, they're Democrats, so whatever they say, I agree with. And then the same thing with Republicans. That's why I'm like, I'm independent. I don't agree with none of that shit.
Right. And so, like, say they own this agricultural land, right? So now what's to say that, they don't build a military base? What stops them from doing that? They own the land. They can build whatever the fuck they want on it.
Or if who's to say that they don't, like, okay, well, it is exactly what's happening. Think about it. All of a sudden now, Bill Gates is in control of most of the potatoes and all the farming, and now every fucking thing is inflated. It's jacked up because it's his product now.
Exactly. You know what I mean? So now instead of them paying us for, taking rice out there, which, we do because, they get flooded a lot. You know what I mean? They have what do you call it, monsoon seasons and shit like that. So a lot of the rice paddies get flooded out. We send a lot of stuff out there. You know what I mean? But this when Trump was was president, he was like, let's stop calling it, aid and call it what it really is. They should be paying for this shit. It would decrease what we would owe them in our debt, or what do you call it? The deficit or whatever. You know what I mean? Because we owe them
Dude,
so
yeah, we're
much.
so much in the hole.
Yeah. But it's like, why don't we do that? Because they do shit like
At
this to us
least,
all the
yeah,
time.
and then at least the number would be shrinking then, because doing it the other way, we're just getting more and more in debt.
Exactly. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
why are we giving rice as aid? Why aren't we charging them? And it doesn't have to be a lot. You know what I mean? It's just like, just a little bit. Just to, decrease our deficit to them and shit like that.
They
But,
damn sure ain't giving us nothing for free.
no, that's why, Trump was doing like the tariffs and stuff like that. And as soon as Biden comes in, what does he do? No, you guys don't have to do that no more.
Yeah, on my
You don't have to pay
Atlanta.
tariffs. And
I don't
then
understand
what
how he
happens?
hasn't been impeached, because he's caused way more harm than I mean, geez, they tried to impeach Trump twice in his whatever his term, and you're
Right.
kidding me? You're telling me he hasn't done any? I mean, let's just talk about his crackhead in the basement. Like, let's just talk about that. We
Right.
can't.
This dude's been in politics for, 50 years and shit, and
Oh my God, since the 70s, for real, yeah.
has done nothing good. Yeah, I mean, the thing that they said that he did good was something about the laws of crimes. Well, that was so that it was easier to profile blacks, Hispanics, and other races without due process or what is that thing called? Probable cause.
It also monopolized because of him being in charge of that segment. Like, he was in charge of all of it, so he got to overlook it with Ukraine and everything. And as long as he was in charge of it, he could overlook the fuckery.
Right. And that's when Trump was like, hold up, Ukraine, we ain't giving you guys shit because you guys are corrupt as motherfuckers.
Yeah,
You know
like,
what I
you
mean?
give us them, and we'll play. Let's make a deal. But I mean, other than that, like, I could care less whether you're happy or not. Like, you're a criminal. Like,
Right.
I don't care if you're happy. Like, and Biden's like, I can't believe you just went and messed up that deal that I have. Like, what deal? Like, for them? Like, clearly,
Exactly.
you realize like how that sounds out loud.
Yeah, it didn't benefit the
Burisma.
country. Yeah, it didn't
Yeah,
benefit the
Burisma.
country. Yeah, it
That's
was
it.
putting money in his pocket and his buddies' pockets and shit for
The big
retirement and all that
guy.
bullshit.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, for sure. They're all
the big
straight.
guy. You know what I mean? But here his son is. You know what I mean? Who's got like 4 laptops out there doing blow off of hookers' butts and shit like that. And you know what I mean? Like, okay, he's not making no
When that
fucking
happens.
shit deals. Like, oh
Yeah,
yeah,
like,
this is a good guy. He's great.
did you
Let's
use
make
your
him a
fucking
boss.
same hand to fucking sign the contract that you was just starting your crack rock with?
You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, this dude's crooked as a motherfucker, man. But for this kid right here, this young man, it could be just like that. You know what I mean? He's a geologist and found out some, like, well, the rainfall. You know what I'm saying? And this kind of topical soil, whatever's in it, minerals, whatever, could have made the water toxic and stuff like that. Or let's just say contaminated, not toxic, but contaminated. You know what I mean? Which would cost that water company more money to put in infrastructure to make it, somehow find it to where it's not going to be as contaminated. Because usually well water is not real contaminated. You know what I mean? Like going down through the soil, it has its own natural filter system.
What the hell?
Hello?
You see what Puff Muffin said?
Oh, I can't see the
It's on the screen.
What is it? No, I can't see it.
Says there also is a bill out there now that is preventing the U.S. from using DJI, Chinese-made drones. I believe it is actually gaining momentum and may come down to the consumer level.
Oh yeah, yeah. So
That's the drone that salty guy.
this motherfucker is related to fucking, Joe Biden and shit. He's Hunter's little brother.
He's got a drone that won't fly because it's not regulated. He's got a Chinese spy drone.
Right? Shit. You know what I'm saying? That's why he always says ink at the end of every sentence and shit. You know what I mean?
He's
Chinese.
incorporated.
Oh shit, that's fucking funny.
I've said that's why I haven't bought one yet. Oh god.
Oh, shit, that's funny shit. But you know what they've been doing is they've been using these drones, at least out here, and I just found this out recently. But because I could have sworn they voted on this and voted, of course, no, but they found some loophole that so the police are using drones to like look into people's backyard, right? I guess they can fly above so many hundreds of feet, whatever, and that's no longer, our say, property or whatever, something like that, right? So they fly it over, hundreds of feet and with these cameras, and they're looking in the back of people's properties and say like you have a bunch of old cars in your back of your property, right? And they're like, well, you need to either, if they're not running, get rid of them. It's I don't know, environmental hazard, whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? Saying some bullshit like that. And so if you don't, then you know what I mean, you get fined. A lot of insurance companies, you know what I mean, out here in California are bouncing because people are starting to lose their insurance because they can't afford to pay for these things that they're asking, which they've never asked before. You know what I'm saying? Because for one, they were never able to look in people's properties before without, a warrant and stuff like that. And this is like a way overpowered fucking code enforcement. You know what I mean? But you can look that up. I just found that out from my brother-in-law who works for the DOJ. I don't know if that's in like other states, but that's in California right now.
And is it banned? I think it is. Back at square one. GoFundMe it is.
Oh, shit.
The U.S. Army prohibited service members from using DJI drones back in 2017. In December of 2020, the Commerce Department put DJI on its export control list, preventing U.S. companies from selling components to it without approval.
That's spyware. You know what I mean? It's like that TikTok shit.
TikTok. Oh shit.
You know what I'm saying? You got TikTok. That's some Chinese spyware.
Okay, this says banning DJI drones in USA. Why you should be concerned. Oh, that's gotta suck. This is bad for everyone.
Right.
Not me. I got my money back from GoFundMe.
Oh shit. GoFundMe and shit. You know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck? Didn't they ban him?
Be more concerned this time. Apparently, they've done this before. It says why you should be concerned this time.
Right. Well, I mean, you got to think about it. We get a lot of the computer chips from China. You know what I'm saying? So they could put whatever the fuck they want on these computer chips, and we put them into our bullshit, and it's like they flip a switch, and it's now all of a sudden they're either in remote control or spying on our shit somehow.
Do not have the ability to fill this need. The American Security Drone Act takes important action to reduce the United States government's reliance on foreign manufactured drone technology. While there's a clear need for unmanned surveillance capabilities, we cannot subvert our national security imperatives for the sake of expediency, particularly when American manufacturers have the ability to fill this need. I agree. I don't know why we're paying them to do it anyway when we could do it ourselves. Who cares? It takes a little
Because
longer. It's okay.
well, because they'll charge fucking America will charge a grip of fucking money for it. You know what I mean, which is stupid, but that's just what they do. You know what I mean, so imagine you got one of these Chinese spy drones, and you live close to like say Edwards Air Force Base where they fly these drones. You know what I mean, like the military drones, and so it's potentially somebody could use one of these Chinese spy drones to look around the facility and see whatever the fuck they got, and either you know somehow get into their network, you know what I'm saying, hack their network through the drone, and people don't know this shit. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm just flying a drone. Regulations, you know what I mean? Things got to be regulated.
Wow. So let's not say that your local police department received a federal grant to purchase a DJI most popular commercial drone for fire and safety, and the police enforcement is one of the best drones in the market. A bad guy drives his car into a crowd and like that and then takes off. Well, this bill would prevent the police department from using that drone because it was purchased with federal dollars. The bad guy gets away. But if they had a Sky Duo instead, they would launch that and use it in follow and catch the bad guy. So tell me, how does that make sense? It makes no sense whatsoever. On the other side, okay, so they just can't fund it. In other words, so the government can't fund it. So it can't be used for like search and rescue and shit. Well, that's just, you would think that would be something American made. That just sounds like a recipe for disaster. Like giving China the brain and the framework of our most crucial and vital resources, like where they can put a Trojan horse. I mean, they just did that shit the other day. Come on, if y'all don't think that's what happened to y'all AT&T members, y'all are crazy.
Yep. It's not the first time that they've done this shit though. However, like you just said, you know what I mean? And it's like, wait a minute, when do we say, okay, motherfuckers, you keep doing this shit to us, we're gonna fucking charge you with crimes to the United States, or take it as an act of war.
Yeah, fucking A. That's like, hello, that is how many, if we would have done the same thing, first of all, if we would have bought any kind of farmland, much less, and then we would be in an active, like, 9/11, like, it would be on and popping. There would be no disputing it.
Right. Yeah, you're not going to be able to buy no big ass property up in China, nevertheless any other country, you know what I mean? Especially if it's like, tied to the government and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? It's just not going to happen. Try going to Russia. They say, let's go to Russia. US is going to buy fucking 3,000 acres up in Russia for whatever reason.
No, you ain't. You gonna get 3,000 hurt feelings.
Right? You know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, that's going to happen. You know what I mean? What are we going to do? Toast us to some vodka, and like, Putin's going to be like, oh yeah, Deutschewitz or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? Fucking some bullshit.
Deutschewitz.
What is it? Dos Vidania. That's what it is. Dos Vidania. I got that from that movie, Red Dawn. But yeah, I just wanted to come up, you know what I mean? That, and just, throw that idea out there that, that kind of makes sense. You know what I mean? It's, I don't know if it's true or not, but it's super freaking weird if this dude's fucking closest property was in this fucking flipped ass Jeep. For one, how the fucking Jeep get flipped? You know what I'm saying? There's no blood. There's no him crawling out. There's no signs of him crawling out of the car. There's no footprints. You know what I mean? Like, if you have shoes, I can get like where if you don't have like traction on these shoes and like you're wearing Jordans and shit, it's probably not going to leave that much of a print. But if you have, you're in the desert, you're gonna be wearing like some kind of tractional, shoes to where it's going to leave a footprint. Now, if you're barefooted, you're definitely going to have a footprint. It's just like, people track animal paw prints and stuff like that. Then there's no animal tracks. There's
Right.
no, birds flying in circles, you know what I mean? To where it's, back in the days.
And then
It's like,
where's the
oh,
other
yeah.
vehicle? He clearly collided with another vehicle. There's paint, like red paint, transfer paint.
Right. And he met that guy there that first time when you first played it. He said he met this guy there the first time meeting
Yeah,
this
they had
person
they,
from the water thing.
right. Exactly. And I
Where
think
they had
he
this
was just supposed
argument.
to sign some paperwork and check some boxes, and I think his like moral and ethical was like, no man, I can't do that. And who's to say that didn't.
Well, what about this? You know what I mean? Sometimes these people are only able to go like so far and do their work. I mean, it's like, no, you can't come over onto this part because, I'm still doing my geology, whatever the fuck. You know
Oh,
what I mean? So,
right,
you know what I
exactly.
mean? You
Like
can say he
I
didn't go
watch
over the line. Yeah,
I watch gold rushing, and if they don't have their water right, like if they don't have their permit, like I mean
right.
to the T, then their whole operation is upside down. Like they have to go and ask their neighbor if they can get water, and they have to have a set amount of gallons. Like apparently we are the only ones that can just turn on our sinks and use it however we want. Like
Right, right. You know what I mean? So who's to say that didn't happen? He meets up at home and he's like, hey man, what are you doing out here? You're not supposed to be, you know what I mean? Your shit's like over on the east side and stuff. And he's like, well, nah, fuck that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? I gotta turn this in, I make a complaint or whatever, turn it into my boss. And then homeboy calls up, Matrix fucking whatever the fuck, and Neo's like, hey man, get that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, and then they call the Men in Black, and boom.
You know what I'm saying? Like there's no trace of nothing. Come on now. And they
Yeah.
want to say that the marijuana thing, I get that, you know what I mean? Like I couldn't smoke marijuana. It makes me fucking weird shit. But
I don't think he smoked because of his job. Like
right. I mean, and this love thing, I think they were also trying to say like he was depressed because he was in love with somebody and stuff like this. And it's like, damn, that bitch, that Nicole Kissinger bitch gets around, right?
he delivered her some fucking Instacart and they fell in love.
Yeah. No, it's just you know what I mean? But they don't know who, this person is
Succubus.
talking about.
Fucking
Like,
succubus.
that's right, you know what I mean? So fucking straight up succubus, But it didn't work with him because he wasn't married and shit, you know what I'm saying?
No, he's still baby.
But no, I think this kid would have been, he's a young kid, you know what I mean? And he wants to do good, so he's gonna go by the laws the right way, you know what I'm saying? And probably that's what got him hurt, or
Yeah,
gone
his
to
dad was like two tours in Afghanistan. I
right,
definitely think I'm sure it was big, and they were probably raised him and siblings, on if nothing else, integrity and honor.
right, exactly. And it seems like that's how he was, I mean, to just become a geologist, it's not like it's a not important thing, you know what I mean? My
Right,
ex
and your
on
moral
his
compass is
daughter.
kind of, it's a little well-rounded. To
Oh,
care about the
absolutely.
environment. Most people don't give a shit.
Right, absolutely. You know what I mean? Like, because you have to let people know, like, well, there could be an environment like bees. Bees are important to our ecosystem. You know what I mean? A geologist ain't gonna say like, oh yeah, let's just kill all the fucking bees. You know what I mean? Yeah, kill all the bees and let's just destroy the world. That's how important bees are. If people don't know that already, but bees are super extremely important to our ecosystem.
I actually think you can get in trouble if you get caught killing them. Like
Like
I
that,
don't know if they're like
bees over there.
endangered, but they're definitely protected. Like you're not, because they're crucial to
Right.
everything.
Yeah. You can I think they might even pay you if you have a certain amount of property and you have like a beef farm, they might, I think, I'm not for sure, but I have a buddy who's all into that stuff, you know what I'm saying? And he was thinking about doing something like that. And I'm like, well, I ain't gonna come over if you're gonna have bees, man. Fuck that shit. I ain't trying to get stung. But that's the closest theory that I could come to that kind of makes some kind of sense.
All right, here's the other rabbit hole. So, I always go to Reddit like just to see like what people are talking about, and
Right.
whenever I'm looking at cases, because you can be a little bit more free forward, like with free speech and stuff, and more anonymity than you have on other platforms. So people are like more forthcoming, or they just are more embellishing, whatever, whichever. You have to read between the lines on what it is and what it's not. But
Right. What's what?
it's somewhere where they put like all the information in one spot, and it's like the keywords and everything. It's so much more simpler of a process. You literally just go and type it in, and then it'll like bring it up. It's so much easier to narrow it down rather than reading 50,000 things that you don't want to read. So I always go to Reddit to cross-reference and all that good stuff. Well, according to this, I don't know who wrote it. It's posted by Idaho Mans 04, which is interesting, but I'll say that for another day. But it's what I think happened to Daniel Robinson. In these next few posts, we're going to review some of the key details in Daniel Robinson case that I think prove that there was foul play involved. Beyond reasonable doubt. Most of the time, you would start at the beginning and build a case from there, but we are going to start at one of the biggest pieces of evidence that just released and work our way back. After you read the first big detail below, try and look at all the rest under the same lens. I believe Daniel Robinson is missing right now because he figured something out regarding his job as a hydrogeologist. It could be connected to the Buckeye water model Katie Hobbs forced the release of, or it could be a smaller development project he was working on. Daniel either refused to go along with the plan or asked to be paid off. He's not here right now because of it. Before you keep thinking to yourself that Daniel might have been mentally ill, read the first detail and try and figure out why someone would go to Daniel's apartment looking for information before any LE or PI gained access to it.
Mm-hmm. Now that's
So back,
super fucking odd.
right. And not his work computer. Like this was, I mean, his work computer too, but that was in the car. This was his like personal computer, apparently that he just finished building the night before. So apparently
Oh,
he's like, that's why I said, let me find out he's blacked out.
You know what I'm saying? Well, here's the thing, you know what I mean? So he could have possibly built this, you know what I mean, computer, you know what I mean? Because so that it's not trackable, you know what I mean, or hackable, or as hackable, whatever.
Right.
So he's putting this information on there that he's gathering from shit that he's finding out from his job, you know what I mean? That these
Right.
inconsistencies and whatnot, you know what I'm saying? People and
Right.
power players, and maybe he's trying to put shit together, and who
Create
else
a
can fucking
database.
go? Yeah. This way he
Right.
can go to, you know, the FBI or whoever, you know what I mean, with true evidence, not just accusations.
That's a thought.
Because who
So
would know to do that? Who would know he's disappeared and stuff like that? Who would know to go look on his computer? Who the fuck would know that shit?
Nobody. And it's the same people that paid his rent, which is his job. You know,
Right.
it almost makes you wonder, like
he was supposed to shut the fuck up.
exactly.
I mean,
And
like, hey, bro,
what if he was having
that's
a hard
like,
time doing that? And they tested him, and maybe he said a little bit too much to the guy that, the guy at work that he didn't know, and maybe that was he failed the test. Oh, if you're willing to tell this to a stranger and you just met him, you're being too loose lips. We got to fix this.
right, exactly. You know what I mean? Thinking like, well, he's young, we can, corrupt him right now, but becoming from the family that he comes from, you know what I mean? He's almost incorruptible, maybe.
Right, like, yeah, there's no amount of money, we're not even gonna offer it, it would insult him, but, maybe we would be more, we would get further by the intimidation tactic, and I've also considered that, like, what if it's like some MK Ultra shit? That's why I was getting into, like, the PCP and all that shit because, hello, if you don't think that that's still happening, you're probably on the list.
Right. Well, it's like, well, the Unabomber was part of the MK Ultra trials and stuff like that. Yeah.
It's crazy to me, like, who gets the blame for that at the end of the day? Like, was he born that way or was he bred that way? Or was he,
Right.
electroshocked that way?
Right, because that's one of the processes is like you have somebody on one side, you know what I mean, that you can see them but they can't see you, and for every answer they're answering incorrect or correct or whatever the fuck, you press a button to shoot some kind of electric bolt into them, causing them pain, you know what I mean, and you're told to do this, because this is what you signed up for. It's to see how far somebody will go to take orders from somebody, you know what I mean? Especially if
Right.
they didn't do anything wrong or anything like that, how far they're willing to watch somebody suffer by their own hands, from somebody else's orders.
Right, and they like getting off on finding that threshold of what's a breaking point, what pushes a person too far, over the edge of where they lose their
Will there be like, no, you know what I mean? Like, I have compassion for my fellow human and stuff, you know what I mean? Like,
Oh no, they're
not
not.
to
They're
do it.
just a lab number. They're not a person. Is a experiment. Blah blah blah. Stitch 0626.
Right. And here's the thing: if you think that the CIA, when it got put up in front of the Senate, that they just they're like, oh, okay, we'll just do away with MK Ultra. Yeah, they kind
Yeah,
of
they just call it something else.
right. They took what was actually useful out of that and what worked, and they just called it something else. You know what I mean? Like fucking Jason Bourne type shit. You know what I mean? It's like fuck, we could
Exactly.
Damon and shit. You know what I mean?
Project Blue Book.
Right. You know what I mean? You got a bunch of Matt Damon running around and stuff. So
Hey. Okay, this says back in 2022, the Tempe PD reached out to David and told him that they would do forensics on Daniel's electronics. They told David they were doing it as a favor to him. What? Maybe because it's your fucking job? But okay, I digress. Anyways, they did not open up an investigation. In December of 2022, they met with David and told him their computer forensics team discovered someone had accessed Daniel's home computer after he went missing, but before any Ellie or family members entered Daniel's apartment to search. According to David's notes on his lives, Tempe PD has reason to believe this is a criminal case and is setting up a meeting with the FBI. They also can't understand why Buckeye doesn't see it as one.
yeah, like how do you not? If you have no fucking tracks, this person just disappeared, and you're gonna be like, yeah, his clothes are right there. It's all of his belongings, and he just disappeared. He just walked off into the fucking desert because that's just what people do every day. There's no foul play there. Get the fuck out of here. There's no tracks. There's no nothing. I mean, obviously the Jeep had tracks. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Right. It got upside down.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, how does this motherfucker get out of that thing?
Right, exactly. And how did he had to have left somehow, so if there's no footprints, there should be tire tracks of someone pulling over, there should be something.
Right, there should be him crawling out, you know what I'm saying? Like,
But he stripped his clothes off, apparently, because they were left inside out, scattered, like 3 feet away from the vehicle. So he's butt booty naked.
Right.
With nothing. What?
Now they said that, oh, it was real hot and he could have been like, under the heat stroke or whatever the fuck, right?
Yeah, okay,
So
well, but your underwear would suffice. Not, I mean, whatever, do your thing, I guess. I wouldn't want to be shrieking in the desert.
So this goes to like, who David Politis is in the 411 missing cases and stuff like that. So a lot of times, like, these are connections to these cases that he brings up. When these people go missing, their clothes are usually folded up and left right there, you know what I'm saying? But never their guns, never their weapons and shit like that. Like, those are all of a sudden disappeared. You know what I mean? But all their, clothes and other belongings are sitting right there and shit like that. And it's
Yeah,
not just
super
like,
fucking weird.
it's kids, it's young adults, it's old
And
adults, you
it's
know what I
been
mean?
happening for as long as the
A
fucking time, the
long
records go
time.
back. Like, as long as
Right.
they go back, especially in like national parks and shit.
Yes, that's because that's what he specializes in. Is just a national park type thing, type situation. You know what I mean? So,
I watched this one from like the 90s. They were looking, it was a farmer. And it was farmers that went missing. It was one of his 411, and it was all farmers. And the daughter and the mother and the son literally were looking at their dad walking across the field and watched him in front of their eyes just vanish into thin air. Still has
right,
never been found or seen, or like, what the fudge sickle?
right. I mean, and
Like,
well,
how
take
you
into
just
account.
evaporate into like a fucking portal or something? Are you kidding me? Like, on a cornfield?
Oh hell no! If it has cornfields, then that fucking kid Malachi did something to do with
Children of the corn.
You better start looking for fucking Malachi. I guarantee you had something to do with that shit.
Pet Cemetery, Jeepers, Creepers.
Right? No shit. Fucking, but he only comes out like every 7 years or some bullshit. So we're cool with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but he's coming to get your peepers.
Right. Then did you hear some funky ass fucking horn, with some crazy ass meat
Dude,
truck
I'm
behind it and
fucking
shit.
scared of those trucks, and they still have those old ass trucks around here, and they freak me out. I'm like, dude, don't let it get behind me. I'll fucking freak out right now. I'll take us on a high speed chase. Don't even try me.
Right? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, fuck that.
Start honking, and I say, I'm covering my eyes. You ain't get my peepers.
All I know is when I'm driving through, cornfield country and shit, I'm only doing it during the daytime, and you best believe I got like 20 shanks on my motherfucking ass. I see any kids, I'm stabbing them.
He said, fuck that shit.
Like, what's your name? Fucking Malachi. Oh, hell no. I'm getting
Get the fuck out of here with Pet Cemetery.
You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so this is just is one of these fucked up things that why in the fuck this town. Well, here's why they wouldn't put it as a criminal thing, because it goes away, and it won't allow that company again to start breaking ground, right? And this
right, and that's where the money's coming in. Exactly. And I think that's why they're all overlooking it, because who is this little kid compared to $1 billion? Like, you're holding up the hustle. You got to go.
Yeah,
fuck your ethics. Get out of my way. Like, if we can't buy your ethics, then you got to go.
Right. You know what I'm saying? It's like, where'd you come from, motherfucker? Like, yeah.
America.
This is Arizona rules and shit, not South Carolina shit.
Welcome to Buckeye.
Right? Yeah, welcome to Buckeye. Fuck.
Yeah. Apparently they've already broke ground though, but that's gotta suck though whenever they got all of that money invested, and ultimately, like you said, time is of the essence, and they can't do anything. Everything they are ready to do, they have to have water.
Right. They
so
have to.
that makes fucking sense. It's all comes down to that fucking water.
Right. And if it was contaminated, you know what I mean? If that soil, or he could have found something that also, like, maybe like fossils or some kind of minerals that would delay the breaking of the ground. He could have found just a plethora of things that would have halted the breaking of the ground. You know what I mean? So these people thought, oh fuck, man, you know what? Well, this is why when they go about doing shit the shortcut way, this is problems that we run into. You know what I mean? If they would have just said, let's get a real geologist, you know what I mean? Fuck, if we need to, get another one from a different fucking company and then compare the fucking results. If the results are the same, then guess what? We got good groundwater. But maybe they didn't, you know what I'm saying? And they fucked up. They took I would say, a chance, and it was the wrong chance, you know what I'm saying? But now they have to pay their investors back.
And I think it was recently, like, I don't know how recently, but I guess at one point in time the project was called Douglas Ranch or something like that, and now it's called something else.
Oh, no shit.
This, yeah, I
And you
was
know why
looking
they
into
do
that.
that? So they'll change the name because Douglas Ranch will have this case, you know what I mean, stuck to it. You know what I'm saying? So they change the name, and when somebody looks it up, it's like, oh, okay, you know what? There's no bullshit attached to this, so let's invest in it. I want to know though, like, how did this accident happen? You know what I'm saying? He knew where he was. You know what I mean? He wasn't an idiot. You know what I mean? Like, he knew how to drive. He wasn't an alcoholic and shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
According to the airbag data, he was only going 30 miles an hour when the
Right,
airbag deployed.
right. You know what I'm saying? It's like, well,
It's
what the
because he
fuck?
hit
You know
that
what I'm
fucking
saying?
ravine. Yeah.
And it, yeah, and it flipped. You know, so
Uh-huh.
essentially, it's like he didn't drift into that motherfucker. Somebody probably pushed that motherfucker into that shit.
Yeah, and after
You
the
mean to tell
airbag
me there's
deployed, the
no
key
track
was
for
clicked
that?
over 46 times.
Oh shit! So this dude
And
was
there's
still
11
alive.
miles unaccounted for. It was drove 11 miles after the point of impact when the airbags deployed. There was 11 miles driven afterwards, and the key ignition was flipped over 46 different times from the time of its resting place and the time the airbag deployed.
So it could have been, you know what I mean, that somebody hit him, the airbags deployed. This would make sense. The airbags deploy, you know what I mean? It hits him in the head, you know what I'm saying? And he goes, I don't know, drives that 11 miles, crashes into the ravine and shit, and tries to start the car or some bullshit like that, maybe.
Or someone hits him, stuns him, and he goes in another car, and I mean, you got to think that car, that Jeep was somewhere for a month. They were out there searching, and they had dogs, helicopters, and that area specifically had been searched 3, 4 times, and then it rained like downpour, whatever they call it, torrential
Monsoon
downpour,
season.
3 times. Yeah, 3 times between the time Daniel was last seen until, and then all of a sudden, boom, the rancher finds this the Jeep flipped over in their
Bill?
on their property.
Bill?
Yes.
And then he goes
Yes.
to an interview, and it's like, oh no, Billy's good. You know, he that had nothing to do with this shit. What the fuck, Billy? I thought his name was Bill.
Yeah, like that guy just got real personal. What the fuck? Like
Right? Like, okay,
it's
cool.
like, okay, well, so we're supposed to believe that everybody missed it, overlooked it, the dogs and everything for a month, and now all of a sudden it's
Correct.
just here right in
Right.
front of our faces.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, how does that happen? And if there is no tracks, then that means maybe this thing was fucking this Jeep was trucked somewhere or towed somewhere. And it's like, yeah, let's make this look
Yeah,
like an
exactly.
accident. I mean, push this
Because
motherfucker down this ravine.
the dogs were hunting his, like, searching for his scent. They would have went right to his clothes that were on the
Right.
ground outside of the vehicle.
Exactly. Exactly. That's
The
just
laptop was still
super
there, the
fucking
phone was
bizarre.
still there, but the memory card, the SD card was missing out of his phone. Still is
Oh my
missing out of his
God.
phone.
And but there's no was that criminal activity or you know what I mean, suspicion of criminal activity.
Oh yeah, there was no criminal element to it. There was no suspicion of
Right.
crime. It's just
Because that
it's not a
happens every
crime for
day.
an adult to go missing.
Right. He just wants to get rid of his fucking SD card for no reason.
Yeah, well, I guess because he mentioned something about a monastery, like, oh, he ran off to be
A
a
monk?
guru, a monk, and naked into the come the fuck on,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, dude. He ain't
He
gonna
did.
become no
He's with
fucking
that Caitlyn bitch. He's not with no fucking dudes.
he didn't become no fucking, you know, shaman for fucking, you know, some Native American land and shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
No, he Googled the 10 Commandments one time. Calm down.
Right. And that right there is
He
just
was
kind
the
of
one that
suspicious
Googled it,
anyway.
right?
Right. To me, that's suspicious. I mean, why is he looking up the Ten Commandments? You know what I'm saying? But there's inconsistencies of that. You know what I mean? It's like misdirection. They're trying to say, oh, he was love struck or whatever the fuck. He felt, depressed and this and that. And it's like, I don't know, man. Look at all the pictures. He seems like he's smiling like a motherfucker.
I want to know what podcast she told him to watch because it seems like his thought process kind of shifted from there.
Yeah, I remember somebody had mentioned that.
I have the Discovery documents. I just haven't combed through them yet. I got them from Ashley.
Oh, word. Yeah, that's
Like,
oh man, what was it?
it was something like it was something fucked up. I know that.
Yeah, but I mean, did he have? Let's say, okay, that's a stuff thing, whatever. Was he on like what? Was that shit funnyfish.com or some bullshit like that? You know what I'm saying? Was on these, dating websites. Is there any
That's
evidence
no.
of
I
that?
haven't done that. I need to do that. I'll look. I can do that.
You know what I mean?
I did that shit with Aiden too.
Right, and if there was, where's the girl or man or whatever the
Right.
fuck? You know what I'm saying? So there's that. That, like I said, that Nicole, that bitch be getting around. She changed her name again. It ain't Nicole, it's like Barbara or Susanna, some shit.
I ain't that baby daddy.
You know what I'm saying? Fuck, man. When they want something cleaned up, they send that broad. That's what they do.
They send her daddy.
Right? Yeah. It's like they
Daddy Dwayne.
fucking sprinkled some fairy dust on the fucking FBI agent and was like, yeah, here, you're under our spell.
Yeah,
And
Freemason.
that
Freemason.
motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Right?
Freemason.
Yeah. And she's calling this motherfucker up just like, hey, and they were getting real personal. And if his name was Bill, it's like, or William, it's like, hey, Billy, I just wanted to tell you, what the fuck?
Hey, you ain't from the South if you ain't got a cousin named Billy.
But yeah, it's a trip. Like that's that would be something, you know what I mean? Like if they dealt in that contamination shit, then they know, they got to find out what's in the contamination, if it's even worth the money to build something to clean up the water. You know what I'm saying? It might not be feasible enough, you know what I'm saying, to be worth it. And then why not pipe something in from the Colorado River and stuff like that, to their facility and then use that as their water supply. But to do that, they need to be on that property. You know what I mean? And if he wasn't done doing his geology work on that, area, they can't break ground. I mean, I think, like even like Puff, I don't know how many, I can't see, so I'm sorry, but I think a lot of people are probably in the same position that it has something to do with this water.
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure.
It's like, well, we find out if the water's contaminated. First of all, let's find out if it's true about this 150 years of water, water wells.
Oh, that is, yeah, that for sure. That's for sure. It cannot be substantial. It can't be whatever it's called, sustained.
Yeah, sustained. You know what I mean? So if there's that, if it's not,
and that's the rule. Yeah, if it can't, it couldn't even do it for 75. So you're way off.
Right. And the droughts and shit that we've been having, and I'm pretty sure
only gonna get worse.
Exactly. So they've been fucked up.
It's like a wildlife out there for a reason. Why it's not wildlife if you put fucking $300,000 fucking homes out there. Who cares? Nobody wants to do that shit anyway.
Right, and they're going
off fucking weirdos wanting to run out there because y'all done.
They're going off the model that did work in Vegas. Well, that's different. You know what I mean? You got fucking
Vegas is a whole different ballgame, and they get the and plus they get all the fucking when it rains. Out there where's the rain going?
Out there,
it's just not. It's just there's nowhere for it to go. It's cactuses, everything's sucking it everywhere. It's just fucking dry.
Right. You know what I mean? But not only that, but they have the investors. You know what I'm saying? To the casinos and shit like that to provide, money to where it's needed and shit like that. So
Yeah, they said it's a guaranteed by 2026. It's going to be its own city, community. It's going to be its own whatever, like
yeah,
self-sustained. You can't even you ain't got water. And he's promised his investors that. That's the thing, though. That's the kicker.
right, out in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Yeah, no, it just nothing, hot diggity nothing.
Yeah, fuck that shit. That's where I mean, it's a stranger. I mean, he's trying to build another Vegas in Arizona.
Right.
He thought he was Tony Stark and shit.
Iron Man.
You know what I'm saying? Thought he had some fucking clean water. You done fucked up, kid.
So what the fuck? I haven't heard about this. Some of you may not know this detail very well. It's not talked about very often, but it's not in a police report, but in a few articles online until very recently. It was on Daniel Robinson's Wikipedia page. Someone besides Ken got a hold of David's team saying he saw and talked to Daniel Robinson out in the desert after Daniel left the second well site. His name is Bill Hayes. Fucking I'm writing that down. Bill Hayes.
So it's not the same Billy that we had an interview.
I ain't believing it. I'll believe it when I see it. I'm gonna check his aliases.
Fuck. I guess that's what we call the Men in Black now. They're all named Bill.
Bill Hayes. Okay, Bill Hayes first showed up around the end of September and October, right as David's team was gaining traction. Bill Hayes commented on a random YouTube video saying he saw Daniel that day at around 2:30 p.m. He said Buckeye PD hadn't contacted him yet, but he did end up getting in touch with David's search coordinator and David's private investigator. Once he went to meet with David and his team, he told him that law enforcement that he was out that day shooting guns by Wagner Wash, a few miles from where Daniel was last seen. He told them he saw Daniel 2 times and asked him for directions for a shooting range. He also told David at one point he saw Daniel's Jeep through the scope of his rifle. What the fuck? Were you shooting at him? What? Like, why you got a fucking target on lock?
Well, because it's not there's no actual shooting range. Probably because there's no actual shooting range. You know what I mean? If it's just what is it called? Like
he's probably shooting a beer can.
You can actually go out and shoot. You know what I mean? But you got to be so far off, so many miles.
Why are you pointing at the road? Why the fuck did you see his Jeep in your scope?
He wasn't on the road. He was on doing his little route, doing his thing.
It's a lie.
He could have been a sniper.
Oh, yeah, he's sniping out here in these streets? Is that what happened to him?
I don't know. It could have been the bullet that hit JFK, maybe. I'm not sure.
Hey, I heard it was nobody.
You know what I'm
When that killed him, the same one that killed MG or not MGK. Oh my God, the other one.
What's that? Martin Luther King?
Yeah, the one before him though.
Malcolm X?
That one. He said that if nobody killed Malcolm X and nobody killed Martin Luther King, then nobody can get arrested, now can they?
That's right. Yeah, Cat Williams.
Cat Williams. That was before he really started selling out.
That shit is funny, but he ain't lying.
No, all them fucking little weird Holly weirdos are big mad.
Yeah, they are. Fucking A, they are.
They should be weirdos.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't lying about wearing a dress. No, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, these motherfuckers weren't getting big money to start wearing dresses and shit like that.
What the fuck? It's the first it was 2:30, and when they told him about the Jeep data, Bill changed the time he saw Daniel from 2:30 to around 10 or 11 a.m. What the fucking fuck?
That's a huge fucking difference.
There's your credibility. Now, bye, Bill.
Right.
Buckeye PD would later go on to tell David that this was a credible sighting. Fuck my life. Can't deal. Okay, listen, you was all right, Buckeye, please, but you gonna go give no suspicion where suspicion's needed, and now you gonna go give credibility where there's none necessary.
Right.
All right, I got a bone to pick with you, motherfucker. You just fucking sold that and cashed it. Like, well, holy shit. It's credible because he lied and changed his time. 2:30 to 11. That's not that big of a time difference. Only 4 hours. You know, no biggie.
Right? Damn.
But it's
These
credible
motherfuckers,
because
he licked his finger, put it in the air, and was like, "Yeah, I think it's about 12."
what time you said that? What time you said that Jeep box said? Oh, that's it. That one. Yeah, that's
Right,
the time.
right. You know what I mean? The cops were like, "No, don't you think it was like more like close to like 11?" Yeah, I
I don't
think
know,
so.
man.
You're
My
right.
scope ain't got no timestamp on it. I don't know.
I got the 2 and the 1, confused. My bad.
Yeah, it must have been like a different time zone. Who knows?
You know what I'm saying? That's a huge fucking difference right there. Come on, man. You got
Yeah,
like 2 hours in
2:30,
there.
1:30, 12:30, 3.5, almost 4 hours.
Yeah. That's enough time to fucking do some shit. You know what I mean? Have somebody fucking wreck, clean it up, bounce. Yeah, man.
And it fucks up the timeline because it's like, okay, well, if he's seen them at this time last, then they have like they're now they're not focusing on the wreck, which is where which I think they're trying to divert from. I wonder if he happens to drive a red vehicle.
Right. Also, too, that might have something to do with like, well, let's just say if it was really hot and he didn't fucking take no water out there, you know what I'm saying? He's not
He
gonna
had a
be
case
as
of water
dehydrated.
untouched, unopened in his Jeep.
Right. You know what I'm saying? He's not gonna be as dehydrated, you know what I mean? Fucking 3 hours earlier when it gets to its peak hotness, you know what I'm saying? So
Right,
that
exactly. And
goes
where was
out
he
the
at for
door.
that whole time? Because he wasn't at work. So what was he doing? Driving around
Exactly.
in a circle out there?
Right.
And
But
he
then
only
that
put
goes
in
to the vehicle.
$3.83 worth of gas before the day started, so he couldn't have went that far.
That's what I'm saying. Like, how in the fuck who puts $3.83? Like,
A
really?
broke motherfucker that didn't get tipped good on his Instacart because the bitch got creeped out. And I heard that he wasn't getting paid from this company yet. I'm assuming they must have been like paying his rent or something, but that's why he had to take up Instacarting because he didn't have money to survive.
Oh no! I think Puff said he was an intern. He was
Well,
interning.
or it was that or something that he hadn't, whatever the case was, he hadn't got his first paycheck yet. It might have been interning or whatever, but regardless, he was
Right.
having to do gig work to eat.
Right. So that right there alone is like, well, fuck. You know what? This company's about it's money. I mean, if they're not gonna fucking
Listen,
pay
if I'm
me,
moving across the fucking country, not only
yeah,
you paying my rent, I'm getting meal vouchers. You motherfucker, you are not about to put me in the middle of nowhere and fucking
for
starve
real,
me, motherfuckers.
for real. You know what I mean?
You better give
Like,
me an
yeah,
EBT card.
right. You know what I mean? Shit, I'm about to adopt some kids.
Well, you better. If not, I'm going to the border. I know how this fucking works. I'll come across and be all right.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? There's that too. You know what I mean? Like, fuck. What's this dude fucking do? You want to talk some cartel bullshit?
Oh God. Oh, that's just a lot. Fucking A.
You know what I mean? Like, but I mean, that would be a different subject. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think the cartel's gonna be fucking with some water contamination bullshit.
No, but who's to say they ain't fucking with what they already got out there? Who's to say they ain't already established out there? That could be something
Very
too.
true. You know what I mean? Search parties.
You don't know. They all underground doing shit. It could be contaminated with fucking meth.
Right? Yeah, that's true. All the fucking, the no good fucking, the after they used all the chemicals and
Listen, they're
shit.
gonna,
The waste
they're
chemicals.
gonna fucking tunnel Chapo out. I'm telling you, they keep talking about it. It's coming.
Well, what's funny is they've been finding a bunch of tunnels, across the fucking world now. You know what I mean? They're like, what the fuck? There's cities
And
underneath cities
you
underneath
just get
cities.
in and go. It's got AC and
Right?
it's ventilated.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's got Wi-Fi and shit. Like, how in the fuck it's got Wi-Fi? It's got better Wi-Fi than we got.
Like shit. Can I ride with you?
You know what I'm saying? Exactly. You know what I mean? But then, in the summertime, you know what I mean? It got AC. In the wintertime, it got heat. What the fuck? Naturally, it's like, damn.
No border patrol.
Right? No, but it's like, fuck that shit. You know what I mean? All you hear about fucking people warring up top, they're like fucking dumbass motherfuckers. Everybody's all fucking cool, living some utopian life underneath the ground and shit.
Yeah, they're already doing that shit. Apparently, fucking, you can get from Denver airport to the whatever. Like apparently it's all
Yeah,
underground. So who's to
Cheyenne
say we
Mountain.
just ain't late to it?
Yeah,
Exactly.
NORAD. So it goes from Denver Airport to NORAD, which is in Cheyenne Mountain.
Unbelievable.
And Cheyenne Mountain, I don't know if you know what NORAD is. NORAD is, the base that's in Cheyenne Mountain. They say it goes down only 3 stories. At least I think you can visit, like if you're a visitor or some bullshit. But no, it's an actual fucking city that goes way the fuck deep down. You know what I'm saying? It's self-sustaining and all this bullshit, But it's weird how they covered up these buildings and shit like that instead of just taking these buildings down. I can't remember what the reasoning was, but it costed like billions of millions of dollars more. And then they built these tunnels and shit. So, and then that blue ass that blue ass horse with the red ass eyes, that ain't freaky deaky. I want to see that shit before I go on a plane and stuff. You know what I mean? Then
Talking
walk
about that Pegasus ass fucking horse.
yeah, you know what I mean? Then you go
Oh,
up in there and there's fucking gargoyles and fucking shit everywhere, and you're like, what the fuck is
fucking
going on here?
Masonic fucking goddamn
Yeah, then
tail
there's
to
these
the
weird
knob.
ass fucking paintings and stuff. They actually took some of them
Lizard
out because,
people.
yeah,
Lizard
you know
people.
what I'm saying?
Fuck
They're like
that.
putting up some weird ass fucking uh shit. You
War
know what I mean? Like,
propaganda.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's like I want to read this shit before I go on a plane too. Thanks, guys. I ain't
Yeah,
scared
I'm
now.
like, what the fuck of all the airports? Like, why? I don't know. I don't fly anyway, but I tell you, if I got off a plane today, I'd turn around and get the fuck
Yeah,
back on and go wherever I was going. And this is not where I need to be.
yeah. I've only been on that. Been to Denver airport once, and it was like, fuck this shit. You know what I mean? Like, I'm watching everybody.
Yeah, and them bitches, the eyes are following me. Oh, fuck.
Right? It's like, if you look at the gargoyles and shit, you start walking from left to right, them motherfuckers are staring at you.
Yeah, so
Like,
does the fucking horse.
yeah. And in the nighttime, his eyes fucking glow red. No
Hell
bullshit.
nah.
No bullshit. It's like, what do the planes need that shit to figure? Like, oh, there's Denver right there.
Yeah, so you lose your soul, so there's less weight on the plane when you get on.
Right. Like, I don't even know what the fucking meaning of the horse is. I cannot remember what they said it was, but
It's something evil.
yeah, it's definitely something strange. You know what I'm saying? But that's some crazy ass shit. It's all about money, though. You know what I mean? Like, you know, um, they didn't need that airport either. You know what I'm saying? I believe it's the crosswind on that. I'd have to look this up. It's either Denver or Colorado Springs Airport. The crosswind, so they have to land the plane sideways. And that is freaky deaky in of itself. It's like, don't tell me that shit. I don't want to know that shit, but you feel it when it lands, though.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Lucifer? What the fuck?
Yeah, that's right. That's what they were calling it, Lucifer. Yeah.
Due
Yeah,
to
that's
its haunting red eye, the story behind this horse sculpture is an interesting one. Originally imagined to be pull off for travelers, this piece of art was commissioned for Denver Airport in 1993. Oddly enough, it would actually be installed 15 years, largely due to legal issues, airport security scares, and the death of an involved party. What the fuck? Legal issues came in the form of slow development on behalf of sculptor Luis Jimenez. Denver paid an initial $165,000 of a total $300,000 upfront for the project. So, after repeatedly missing deadlines, the city filed a lawsuit against the artist to get the money back. Nothing came of the lawsuit, and Denver would eventually pay a total of $650,000 for the work. Oh my God! The death also delayed the installation in 2006. A large section of the horse fell on the sculptor.
You know what that was? God said, fuck around and find out, and he did.
Here's your sign. Why would you go through with it at that point? Like, it is cursed. Crushing his leg and severing an artery in the process. Eventually, the
Yeah.
sons would complete his work through the original sculptor would never see his finished project. Weighing in at 9,000 pounds, 32-foot tall fiberglass sculpture was initially designed to capture the feel of the American Wild West with bulging veins and articulate muscles. Jimenez felt that the horse would represent the power and freedom of the American Mustang.
Yeah, when the Mustang ain't fucking blue. And the guy ain't got no fucking red beady eyes either. Come on now. He was way off on the Mustang. He
Oh
thought
my
he
God.
thought it was the horse from like Sleepy Hollow or some bullshit.
There was a blue bear?
A blue bear.
It says the related. Here's what's really up with Denver's big blue bear. While the aforementioned myth explains some of the oddities of the sculpture, including the red eyes, there's still the questions of the eyes' glowing nature. Why would the sculptor add something so distracting and potentially terrifying to his masterpiece? This was actually installed by Jimenez as a tribute to his father's neon sign workshop where he was employed as a Since its installation in 2008, the horse sculpture has remained an ongoing topic of debate, often resulting in confusion, shock, and fear among passersby. From claims of bad taste surrounding the issue of displaying a deadly sculpture to the revealing nature of the horse's genitalia, people have found plenty to complain about. There's also no shortage of demeaning nicknames aside from Lucifer. People have called the sculpture things like Satan's Stallion, Denver's Demon Mustang, and DIA Diablo. DIA blow.
It's freaky, man. You pull up in that motherfucker, you're like, what the fuck is that? Like, I'm not getting on no plane in this son bitch. But it's an international airport.
I
And what's
guess.
crazy is they didn't need it. You know what I'm saying? Like, Colorado Springs is, I think, maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours away. It's an international airport.
Wow. Oh.
But for whatever reason, they needed it in that area. You know what I'm saying? So they can build them tunnels up into Cheyenne Mountain.
Pegasus is a winged divine horse, usually white in color. He was sired by Poseidon in his role of the horse god. So what happens if he's blue with red eyes? Then what?
It's a Smurf, an evil Smurf horse or some shit. I don't know.
It's a fucking Furby. A fucking gremlin.
It's a fucking crip. You know what I'm saying?
But with blood eyes.
That motherfucker Snoop Dogg done lost the horse.
It's fucking hybrid.
You know what I'm saying? Fucking yeah, Snoop was hybriding fucking Mustangs and shit, turned them shit blue.
Lucifer.
Oh shit.
Oh, God.
That's a conspiracy theory. You know what I mean? You don't really don't want to go down into because it gets weird.
Golly, I mean, it killed the fucking sculptor. How much weirder can it get?
Oh, it's not the only death.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Comic book of Lucifer. Oh my God. Never mind. That's
So,
scary looking.
is
First
there any,
moon. What a mighty stallion he would have been. Oh my God. I don't even want to fucking know. Don't be doing that shit to me.
So is there any other things on this young man's like history, you know what I'm saying? I mean, it seems like they, you know, he just went to Charleston, what is it? South Carolina. Is that right? Charleston?
Yeah, Charleston. He was
And then from
born
there
and
he just
raised
went
in.
to Arizona.
Yeah, he was in a program in college that was something to do with geology, and I'm assuming that's what plugged him into this company. So
Right.
Internship sounds about right. What Puff was saying, if that was the case.
Right. So yeah, you know what I mean? It could be like, you know, yeah, we'll give you room and board. Well,
But
you
you
know,
got to
room and
travel a
board
lot.
means food though, you know what I'm saying? I mean, like they pay for food, so I don't, you know what I mean? That's kind of weird. But anyways, they'll pay for the housing and shit like that. And so he gets
Apparently
out
not
there.
gas.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like you would think, you know what I mean? Like, dude, this is her
Or maybe they
work.
cut him off because he wasn't doing what they said.
That could be it too, you know what I mean? How do we know he wasn't getting fired? for not going with the
Or
program.
and they were drying him out, right? He
You
didn't
know,
even know it probably.
maybe that's what he was putting on his computer.
And they were trying to make him desperate, and he being, raised by his dad was like, oh,
Next
I'll
family, yeah.
self-suffice. Like, you ain't gonna get me down. I'll fucking build my own computer. I'll build my own food and grow my own food.
Right, right. You know what I mean? It goes, it begs to say, you know what I mean? Like if there was something shoddy like that, like why wouldn't he have told his parents or something? You know what I mean?
Well,
This
he
did
texted
you
his
have no
sister
friends?
and said emergency, but she
Oh,
was
no
at
shit.
work, and by the time like she got back to him, she couldn't get him on the phone.
Snaps.
Mm-hmm.
And this was the same day or
Yeah, it was the morning of that everything went down. So it was before the last text that he sent was to that Ken guy at 8:10. So somewhere between 7 and 8, he texted his dad, he texted his sister, and he texted this Ken guy that I don't even know how the fuck they had exchanged numbers or whatever. I'm assuming I guess his boss was like, "Here, this is who you need to go see or go find or whatever." I don't know, because if they didn't know each other, like, how did they already have his number? And why did they got the AT&T phone records, but they just got that there was a text exchange. They didn't get the contents of the messages. Come the fuck on, Buckeye. Come
right,
on, man. Even fucking Pickens did better than that. Come on, my guy.
right. You know what I mean? So like if homeboy's texting a bunch, you know what I mean, like family members and shit like that, closest relatives and friends, he's probably got something to ask them, you know what I mean? Like a dilemma. You
Right.
know
And
what I
his
mean?
sister stayed in Phoenix, and he supposedly told the guy, Ken, hey, do you want to go rest? You want to go rest in Phoenix? Let's go take a rest in Phoenix. And then just got in his car and walked off and left.
What the fuck?
Yeah, like, let's go rest in Phoenix. Like, that's what I mean.
Like
Like,
who
that he been
the fuck
awake
talks
for
like
a minute. Like,
who talks like that? Let's go rest in Phoenix. Like let's
unless
go
it's like a military term, but he didn't go to the military. But that don't mean that
right.
it's not, it's not lingo spoke in the house. I know.
Yeah, I mean that's like some South Carolina talk. I'm not sure.
Our fucking geo talk
Right? Rest.
or rest, like, oh, at ease, like mission, like at ease, you're mission accomplished or whatever. You've done good. Like, you can go rest now. Must go sleep.
Right. You know what I mean? Rest to me is like, yeah, I'm gonna go die now.
Yeah, I'm gonna go rejuvenate or whatever, or go to
Right.
the or I'm gonna go to the monastery and strip.
Yeah, like why not just drive your ass to the monastery? Why you gotta fucking, wreck your
He
car and
probably ran out
your
of
butt ass and have
gas.
to walk over there?
He probably ran out of gas.
Right? He couldn't call the monastery, so he was like, yeah, you know what? They said take nothing with you.
So here it is. I have nothing.
Yeah, but I'm gonna wreck the car first though, you know what I'm saying? Because I really wanna see if I'm gonna die first.
At 30 miles an hour.
Yeah. Yeah, that's highly improbable, I think. For anybody really.
That's some crisis actor shit right there.
Right. And let's just say, what if he did have somebody pick him up and go somewhere else, right?
Right. Where's their
Where the
track?
fucking tracks are that? You know what I mean? But then
Right.
again,
Yeah.
it's like, what's the point of fucking crashing the car?
But a month later, and it already rained 3 torrential downpours since then, that all the tracks could have been washed off. I mean,
Well, that's
considering
true, yeah.
they just got dumped there, they should have
Right.
been tracks from all the search and rescue people and shit too. But there's not.
True that. You know what I mean? But when
It's
did
weird.
the first search happen? You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like a month later they did their first search.
Right.
When
Well, they
was
were
the
out there
first
actively
search?
searching the whole time they were doing. Well, from the time that his dad found out he was missing, he reported him missing on the 23rd. He got there on the 26th, and he's literally been out there breaking some kind of ground and doing some physical boots on the ground search every weekend since then.
Right.
He moved there. He lives there now.
Oh shit. Damn. That's
Yeah.
dedication right there.
And he drove
Um,
1,800 miles straight when he got the call that he was missing from South Carolina in one shot straight there.
And that alone says, you know what? There's something fishy. You know what I mean, because other people are like, oh, okay, you know what? Yeah, I'll make plane tickets and shit like that, and we'll have a funeral and this blah 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 or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? But No, it's like you ain't got no body, you ain't got no
That man
evidence
has
of.
done 2 tours over in Afghanistan. He knows, if anybody else, how fucking shisty we are as a country, and he
Oh
knows
yeah,
that's why he's not going to just say that he would, just like with Ashley and Alex, I can accept that he would have overdosed or possibly could have succumbed to the elements, but why is there no body?
right,
There's no animal, there's no clothing. There's some clothing,
exactly,
but he's not in it. And there's
yeah,
no evidence saying that he was ever in it, because they didn't do forensics on the clothes. They didn't do forensics on the car. They didn't do forensics on nothing, because there was no evidence of a crime. Well, that's because you have to do forensics to prove there's a crime. You fucking asshole.
exactly, exactly. I mean, it's okay. So let's say, there's no evidence of a crime. Well, how did the accident happen then?
Whose
What is their
DNA's on that
explanation
fucking
of that?
airbag? It popped somebody in the face.
Right, and those things don't just fucking pop just to pop. You know what I'm saying?
Oh no, and it burns. Well, somebody's leaking.
Right, right. You know what I'm
And why is
saying?
there
Like,
no blood?
there's that. I mean,
And the door wasn't open, so he had to crawl out of the busted window or the jagged windshield, which would have fucked him up even more. No way. Or
right.
crawled all the way out the hatch on its side? No, I ain't buying it.
My ex brother-in-law, when he worked in Bakersfield at Bakersfield Mercedes, and when he was going to work one day, he dropped his phone, and his dumb ass fucking went to, as he was driving, went to go reach for that shit, and he ended up going off the embankment, and it was not just off the side of the road, but he ended up flipping. I think he was in a Mercedes, and it landed sideways. You know what I mean?
Right.
So he broke his back, and it was so far down this embankment that even with the lights on, you know what I mean, like nobody could see. So he had broke his back, and he painstakingly crawled out of the fucking vehicle and made it like halfway up the embankment before like dust started coming up. And if it wasn't for a father teaching his son how to hunt for jackrabbits, he probably wouldn't have been found when he did, and who knows if he would have been alive. But the father and son found him, and then he was airlifted to Bakersfield and stuff like that, hospital, whatever. But he's cool now. He's the one that works for the DOJ.
Damn.
But but my point is to that is when he crawled out of that motherfucker, he had to crawl over the glass. You know what I mean? So obviously he gets, even though it's tempered glass, he still gets, cuts here and
Yeah,
there
there's
and shit
still
like that.
yeah, and there's still residual DNA. Oh, from
Right.
this just perspiration and your
Airbag went
nerves,
off
like
and shit. Yeah, so
exactly,
he had burn on the side of his
blood,
face. And, yeah,
some kind of DNA, skin, fucking
yeah.
hair, sweat, blood, and there
Mhm.
was nothing. I don't
Right.
believe there's no fucking way.
No, no, that's why I'm like, no, this motherfucker, he would have left some kind of tracks. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, footprints, something. Animals. I would even buy animals, you know what I mean, eating this motherfucker if they would have said that, but they're so stupid that they don't even want to say that shit. They're just gonna leave it up to nothing. Like, okay, there's nothing. There's definitely something shiesty, you know what I mean? And it has to be something to do with this fucking water bullshit.
It's got to
Um,
be.
you
That's
know what
the
I mean? To
only thing
hold
that
up
makes
the
sense,
cigarette
because if you
company.
think about it, like, he held the keys to the
Right.
the
He
kingdom,
ain't got
so to
that green
say.
light, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Basically,
exactly.
here's your fucking, yeah, go ahead. But
You get no
for
water
whatever
rights. You get
reason,
no water rights. And I know it's a fucked up. Tony Dietz his whole season, and he's just up there in little Anchorage, Alaska, trying to mine some gold. Can you imagine that kind of fucking operation?
exactly. Yeah. You know what I mean? How many millions and millions of dollars this motherfucker said he was gonna make? And if it was gonna be a self-sustaining fucking city in 2026, yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, dude. He ran into something that, he either wasn't supposed to or was gonna say, you know what I'm saying?
Billions. We're talking Big
Yeah.
money.
And the town sheriff was like, "We can't tell nobody about this. He
No,
ruined my
I need this
retirement."
money.
You know what I'm saying? He ruined my retirement, damn it.
Yeah.
And now I ain't got no palm tree. But it just sucks, man. Hopefully something's breaks with this case, you know what I'm saying? Like, and then you said that the guy that was what was it, the guy that he worked for passed away?
What happened?
Didn't you say that or did it show the guy that he worked for passed away?
The vice president. Yeah. And
Okay,
under
and then
suddenly.
suddenly, right? And then some
Yeah.
young chick, I mean, who probably has
It takes
very
the
little
spot.
fucking,
Yeah.
yeah. Who's
Yeah.
she related to? Like, deep dive that chick and find out
Bill
who
Hayes.
she related to. Exactly. I guarantee you she's related somehow to this water company matrix. You know what I'm saying? She's probably
Ooh,
Trinity in
that's
the
a
Neo.
thought.
You know what I'm saying? So now we
She's
just got to find
McKinn's
out.
daughter.
You know what I mean? It's just because that's how shit happens. You know what I'm saying? This
Yeah, they're
dude that,
fucking bold. They're
yeah,
ruthless.
and it's always in plain sight. You know?
Yeah, like a company called Matrix New World. Like, what? Just leave out the order. They won't notice.
Right. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, we need to go fucking find the Oracle and shit, and she'll tell us what's up. You know, fucking bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like, where the fuck is Morpheus when you need him and shit, you know?
Shit. Martha,
What
Martha,
the
Martha.
fuck? Matrix New.
Yeah, red pill, blue pill.
Anything
What
with
the fuck?
some, yeah, anything you fucking bring up some new world order bullshit, it's like, oh, okay, you just didn't tell us what the fuck you're all about.
Right, in the Matrix, like, okay, red pill, blue. What? Oh, what the fuck are you trying to do? What?
Yep.
No, you ain't get me like that.
You know what I'm saying? Maybe this kid, you know what I mean? He took that blue pill and all of a sudden he's stuck in the matrix. Like, what the fuck did I do? I should have fucking, you
Yeah,
know,
probably at the nudist
ignorance
camp
is
with
bliss, you
Caitlin.
know what I'm saying? He's like eating a steak, you know, he's like, yeah, ignorance is bliss. What the fuck?
Can you even be a
Plug me
monkey?
back in. Fuck. But yeah, hopefully, you know, not hopefully, but you know, between all these water things, you know what I'm saying, the pipe that these people being involved in the pipelining and stuff like in the contamination type shit, you know, and him being a geologist, it's just when you have all that shit involved and you have investors that already put money out in front and had this plan fucking made and said, oh yeah, there's 150 years for sure. It's like,
Yeah.
really? But it's only going
And
off of your shit. Let's get somebody else out there to fucking look up that shit.
yeah, when you did it in 2002, shit's changed a little. There's a little bit less, you know, the water's gone dry and there's more people. I'm sure the numbers have went up. You know, yes.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, they done fucked up. They invested into something thinking like this kid wasn't gonna be around, didn't know that this kid was gonna be around. You know what I mean? It's
Right.
like, where the fuck did this hiccup come from? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. And I think with him out of the way, they haven't had any, you know, it's been smooth sailing.
Right. But they still haven't been able to break ground, have they?
I think they're breaking ground. They just haven't got the water rates.
Well, if they where are they so then they're trucking in water.
They said there's. Hold on, let me pull it up. They said that the way that, because they're doing it based off of like predictive models. Like rather than, I know that where we're at with technology, you can't convince me that there's no meter or something. You can't go down there and test it and say, okay, this is water. How much of it is drinkable? How much of it's not? Why are you beating around the bush?
Right.
Why
Right.
you want this hypothetical model? Because it's not, because the numbers are fucked. That's
Correct.
why.
Because they can jiggle the fucking
They're
the numbers.
they're
For,
stalling. Yeah, because as
for
long as
not
it's
being full
hypothetical, they're not
transparent.
lying.
Right.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Full transparency would be like, we ain't got no worry about. Look, here's the
Yeah,
bullshit
let's
right here.
fucking do a test and let's fucking do the samples. Not let's
Yeah.
make a hypothetical 3D model and we'll I don't give a fuck. How much is there now? Not hypothetically,
Right.
because I want to know. Like it's just a really weird way that they're beating around the bush and stalling. Ultimately, so until they
Right.
can make it look like there's more than there,
Right.
than there is.
Because hypothetically allows them to at least get some fucking work started. You know what I
All
mean?
they need is to break ground. They will be long
Right.
dead before they even before any of this ever comes to
Right.
fruition. They just trying to get paid so they can die happy.
Right.
That's what it is. It's greed.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like they're gonna build all this shit and they're gonna be like, well, check this out. Somebody's gonna come up, you know what I mean, who isn't crooked
And
and
then
shit. And it's like, yeah, that water was fucked
yeah,
up like
like
a long
Donald
time
Trump,
ago.
and
You
then there's
know
gonna be
what
all
I'm
this
saying?
fucking material laid up against the wall.
Yeah. Then they're just gonna leave that shit and be like, we're not even gonna use this for like the homeless
The
people and
fucking
shit.
turbines on the ground. Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? They're just like, yeah, we're just gonna
turn
fucking
into
build this
homeless
mansion shit.
hotels.
Yeah. Like fuck homeless people, fuck everybody, you know what I mean? Well, let some Chinese people live in this motherfucker though.
Concentration camps. Here we go.
You know what I'm saying? Fuck. That's how they do this shit though, you know what I'm
Bible
saying? Look around
studies.
this country. All around this country. You don't think that we have fucking all these empty ass buildings and these Air Force bases, military bases that they can't put some homeless people in these motherfuckers? Come on now. Some bullshit.
Oh no shit. Martini Marie says the big project is on hold right now. It's in court for water. Imagine that.
You know what I'm saying? Water. Fucking
Water, water,
yeah.
water. That is
I
the
just
key
thought
word. Water.
Cat Williams said something. I just watched something on Cat Williams. Cat Williams said, you know what? This is like something like how God's real, you know what I mean? Because um he created water, right? And we all know the chemicals and the elements that you need water. There's H, there's 2, and there's O, right? But you lack one thing, you know what I'm saying? You can't make water. Who can? God. You can have the recipe and everything, but you need to add water to the recipe. If you can't add water to the recipe, you can't fucking make whatever you're trying to make.
Water, water, water. It's all about the water.
It's crazy. But still, you know what I mean? Where is this kid? I mean, it's fucked up when shit like this happens. You know what I'm saying? It's like just throw him somewhere. At least, you know what I mean? The fucking parents can get some kind of, semblance and peace. And you know what I mean? That's really all they want. You know what I mean? Sometimes people can deal with the fact that, look, he got caught up in the fucked up, system. And what can we do about it? You know what I mean?
I think they would have, but they're not. They ain't trying to fuck around with his dad. He ain't playing. He ain't the one, like he'd
Well,
be the type like he's gonna do his own autopsy. Like he's not fucking taking their word for shit. He wants to know, and he's not going to settle for anything that his gut tells him is off.
right, right.
And he's knows how. I mean, he was trained to do exactly what they do, which is lie and he knows all about what we're like at war. So when he's seeing
Right.
it firsthand, like I think that's why he's so like adamant about. He knows what the fuck he was sent over there to do. So
Correct. He was like, motherfucker, I was over there when they said there was WMDs. They was bullshitting.
Yeah. Right, and the real war is over here with fucking water.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So you don't think that I think the bullshitting over here? Fuck you. WMDs, motherfucker. God, I was over here fucking risking our lives for some bullshit. All because they wanted some oil.
Just call cut and shoot.
That's
what I do.
No shit. It's like, hey, can I get like a pint?
Yeah, I need like a quart, and I need like damn, I need another FEMA trailer. I'm sorry, I told you that would be the last one, but I
Right.
just really need another one.
No shit. Shit. She's the shit for all intents and purposes. Yeah, I mean, she's the apocalypse go-to person.
Fucking queen prepper.
Uh,
Nurses and fucking FEMA trailers.
oh shit. That's just fucking funny. But all right, Katie, I think you're onto something, you know what I mean? The
I don't know
water
what
thing,
it is, but me too.
uh, I would look up homegirl, who the fuck she's related to. How did she get into that position? She seems awful young.
Yeah, I got that written down. I got Billy fucking Hay. I got him written down. I'm gonna check him out. And
Yeah, and then the chief of police
just
at
in,
the time.
yeah, and I want to get into like what's going on in the logistics of this water court, like in the dates and what started when, and when Daniel, just try to find some kind of timeline as far as the like when did the problem start, and if that just so happens to be when Daniel came around, like when it came to
Right,
court, like because they were getting away with it until they weren't. Like who blew the whistle?
right. That's actually very good. I mean, yeah. Did it start before him or during or after? Or was it because of his missing?
And who replaced him? That's what
Right.
yeah,
That's a
that's
very
gonna be
good
my rabbit
question.
hole.
Very good
And the
question.
and the mysterious death of the vice president that was very untimely. Seems a little
Right.
odd.
Because guess what? During his time is when they lost all this money.
Right, yeah, exactly. He went missing in 2021, and he died in June the very next year, like in
Sure.
2022.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, do your thing, I mean, and we'll be following you, and then uh hopefully, I mean, something gets somewhere.
Heck yeah. If nothing
You know,
else, just some kind of a, even if it's just kind of putting our the heat on a Buckeye, like come on, you got to do better. Like if
right. You know what I mean? Like,
if it's the resources, ask for help or allow the FBI to help. Don't be cocky and say you and then do nothing.
exactly. Absolutely. I don't know why the FBI hasn't actually fucking jumped in and been like, look, you guys are fucking up, you know what I mean? The whole fucking law enforcement bullshit. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna show you how this shit works. But also too, like you said, putting some fucking heat on these small towns. You know what I mean, to say, hey, look, you guys can't get away with this shit anymore. You know what I'm saying? All because you want to be greedy. And hopefully other people, will start looking into, you know, their own towns and shit and be like, yeah, maybe we should go to these city hall meetings and shit. Like, what's in our motherfucking water?
Exactly.
We got another fucking Trent, Michigan on our fucking hands or what? You know what I'm saying? Just because I live in
Yeah, like or
California, what
check
the
up the
fuck?
next housing development. Like who the fuck voted for that?
Right? If it has something to do with Bill Gates, I ain't moving up in that bitch. Hell no.
Fuck China.
Right? Yeah. All right, Katie, we'll see you.
All right, thank you for coming up.
All right, thank you for letting me up. Bye bye.
All right. All right, y'all. So I'm gonna finish reading y'all this Reddit page, and then we're gonna watch the rest of this video, and then we're creeping up on 5 hours, so probably gonna end it. And man, this was really, really good. I feel really good about this. Feel like we got some different theories and some different ideas that I haven't seen going around, and just some, just getting some conversation going, and ultimately, like, I'm not really sure about what my theory is on the case so far, but the only thing I can say unequivocally is that law enforcement like needs to get their head out of their asses, unequivocally, without a shadow of a doubt. Like, you can't be not lazy whenever you want to be, and then coming over here and saying this person's credible when they're clearly lying and changing stories. Like, I mean, you can, but it just don't look good. It don't look good at all. All right, so let me. And Ruben, thank you for coming up here, man. That was awesome. I really enjoyed the conversation. I mean, I always enjoy conversation with you, but I feel like we really got to some really interesting theories that actually made sense. And it's always a relief whenever you have a cluster fuck of a case that's like, oh my God, I'll never make this make sense. And you actually find a scenario that makes it make sense. It's like, oh, wait a second. There's a light at the end of the tunnel after all. Water, water, water. Okay. Here we go. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Mhm. So, this is what I think happened to Daniel Robinson part 2. This is part 2 of a series of posts going over all the elements that I think prove foul play, and they even go over my theory as what happened to Daniel can be found here. For those of you who do not know, I think Daniel might have figured out something regarding his job as a hydrogeologist and was silenced over what he figured out. It could have to do with the Buckeye water model Katie Hobbs forced to release off of, or it could be a smaller development project he was on at the time. I believe it's the only real motive that could have happened for the case to be handled the way it has, considering the players involved and the lies being told. In part 1, we went over the Tempe PD's new findings regarding Daniel's electronics, and we touched on Ken's story and why I think it's not true. In part 2, we're going to talk about the federal agent who said he saw Daniel the day after he left in the second well site, and we're also going to go over all the private investigators' findings in the case before he stopped working for David. Some of you may not know the detail very well. It's not talked about very often, but there was a second person besides Ken who said they seen Daniel out in the desert after Daniel left the second well site. His name is Bill Hayes. Bill Hayes just showed up around the end of September, October, right as David's team was gaining traction. Bill Hayes commented on a random video saying he saw Daniel that day at around 2:30 p.m. He said Buckeye PD hasn't contacted him yet, but he did end up getting in touch with David's search coordinator and David's private investigator. Once he went to meet with David and his team, he told them that he was law enforcement he was a law enforcement agent and was out that day shooting guns by Wagner Wash, a few miles from where David was last seen. He told him he saw Daniel 2 times and even asked him for directions to a shooting range. He also told David that at one point he saw Daniel's Jeep through the scope of his rifle. When told of the data on the Jeep, Bill changed the time he saw Daniel from 2:30 p.m. to around 10 or 11 a.m. Buckeye PD would later go on to tell David that this was a credible sighting. But as it turns out, Bill was not a federal agent. Bill just got out of prison a few years ago on Class 4 felony charges involving a firearm. He might not even be allowed to own a gun. In Bill's comments on YouTube, he mentioned carrying a gun with him everywhere he goes and staying out of sight while he is in Wagner Wash. While it's likely Bill does indeed carry a gun, he probably doesn't willingly tell the cops this story because he'd be incriminating himself in the process. He also mentions being out there multiple times. He wouldn't be asking Daniel Robinson, someone who was been out there and needed directions himself that morning, for directions to a shooting range. So now we are wondering why Bill would make up this story. The timing of it for one, is weird. This is the point in the case where both David and the PI involved are pushing very hard to make this a criminal case. Ken's story has already changed a few times, and David does not trust Ken. If someone sees Daniel after Ken, then Ken is off the hook. Is this where Bill Hayes comes into play? I think Bill Hayes was told to tell this story by someone close to the case. Maybe they had something on Bill regarding all of his other illegal dealings and told him to make this claim. Bill was still on probation when Daniel went missing for his prior charges. They could have asked for a favor, and he would have obliged, not wanting to upset whoever it was asking him. The underlying reason why Bill chose to make this story up is still up for debate. What isn't up for debate is that he made some of it up. I'm inclined to believe he made all of it up. Bill Hayes was likely added to shift attention off of Ken, someone David was becoming highly suspicious of after Ken's story kept changing. Bill Hayes said he was a federal agent when he was not, made a comment in a YouTube video that he saw Daniel at 2:30 p.m., then changed that to 10 or 11 a.m. and might not be allowed to own firearms. He is making up this whole story for Ken. A few days after the rancher found Daniel's Jeep in the desert, David hired accident reconstructionist expert PI Jeff McGrath to go over the crime scene where Daniel's Jeep was found. Jeff McGrath was recommended to David by someone else and they did not find each other. Jeff is also a former police officer and offered his services to David pro bono without a contract. The damage to the driver's side of the Jeep and the damage to the windshield did not match the scene of the accident. The vehicle drove 11 miles after the airbags deployed and had 46 additional ignition attempts after the airbags deployed. The crash site looked to him like it had been staged. Jeff was also given all the evidence in the case, which he said was not normal. He had never seen it in his whole career. They didn't have bags marked as evidence, and they told him they had the stuff for safekeeping. Jeff said on September 29th, Buckeye PD told him they do not have an investigation, and that is why they were turning the evidence over. Jeff was going to meet with the Buckeye PD and ask them to reclassify the case as endangered so they could get cell phone ping data and other vital information they didn't have. This was denied. Jeff found a matching sock of Daniel's between the second well site and the main gate entrance. Jeff also told David that when he went to Daniel's apartment to look for evidence, it seemed as if someone had already been through the home looking for something. This ties in well with Tempe PD's recent findings. So let's recap our findings so far. First, we had Tempe PD's new findings involving Daniel's electronics and someone accessing his computer after he went missing. Then we had Ken's story that has changed more times than I can keep track of that can't be true based on car data. Then we had another guy come forward and say he saw Daniel. He called himself a federal agent when he wasn't and changed the time by over 4 hours after being told about the crash time. We also have the PI, Jeff McGrath, giving us a bunch of evidence that would lead us to suspect foul play, then disregarding all of that evidence and withholding information from David. If you don't believe Daniel was a victim of foul play at this point, I don't think anything I post is going to change your mind. I still invite you to stay tuned for part 3. Okay.
The disappearance of 24-year-old Daniel Robinson in 2021 was very mysterious due to the bizarre events which led up to it and the even stranger occurrences that would take place after the fact. Daniel Robinson was a native of Columbia, South Carolina, and he was the youngest of 4 siblings. Growing up, he had many friends and was very close to his family. Daniel was born with a condition that left him without part of his right arm, but this never slowed him down. After school, Daniel decided to become a geologist and enrolled in the geology program at the College of Charleston in South Carolina. Just months after graduating from the school with his geology degree in 2019, Daniel had been offered a position with Matrix New World Engineering, an environmental engineering company. This position required him to relocate across the country from his hometown. Although Daniel was excited to be starting his career, no one could prepare him for the unforeseen circumstances which would befall him.
Let me show you how we do stuff around here. Actually, my department uses Monday.com, so I'm good.
June 23rd of 2021 began like any other day for Daniel. That morning, he would arrive at his work site in Buckeye, Arizona at 9 a.m. in his Jeep SUV. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by Ken Elliott, a technician who was employed by Weber Water Resources that Daniel had never met before. His company worked alongside Daniel's, and together, the two were tasked with assessing a remote drill site that day. It's important to note that the following story is Ken's account of what happened on the 23rd of June, as he was the last person to have seen Daniel. According to Ken, they began their work and everything seemed normal for the first 15 minutes. Ken said that initially Daniel appeared fine, but out of nowhere, something had suddenly changed in him. Ken claimed that Daniel had undergone a complete shift in demeanor from one second to the next. He also mentioned that Daniel had become very distant.
Daniel started to stare off into the desert, and he was just turning in circles. So he would look off to the north at a distance and then turn and then stare off into the east, out into the desert. And he just kept turning around in circles and doing this. I didn't know if this was a medical condition or what.
Then, without warning, Daniel suddenly turned around and walked back over to his Jeep. Ken thought he was just getting something from his vehicle until Daniel put on his seatbelt, turned on the ignition, and waved to Ken. He then proceeded to drive off towards the east. Although what happened with Daniel was strange, Ken just assumed that he wasn't feeling well and would call in sick when he got home. Unbeknownst to Ken, however, the day he met Daniel would also be the last day he would ever see him. According to Ken's account, he informed Daniel's company about the situation shortly after he left. They told him he could continue working, so he proceeded to do so for the next few hours. By 3 p.m., Daniel had not called in sick or checked in with his employer, so Ken decided to follow his tire tracks out into the desert. What Ken discovered while following the tracks made his heart sink. They took him to a T intersection where a left-hand turn led to the city and a right-hand turn led further into the desert. He saw that Daniel had made a right-hand turn, meaning he had continued into the open desert. That was the moment Ken realized Daniel had not gone home that day, at which point the whole situation became far more unsettling. After seeing this, Ken quickly alerted his employer and Daniel's company about the situation. One of Daniel's co-workers called Daniel's sister, Devisha, who also lived in Tempe, to see if she knew anything regarding his whereabouts. She told him she hadn't seen Daniel in a little while. Devisha proceeded to call her and Daniel's father, David Robinson, to inform him about the situation. David asked her to go to Daniel's place, to which she obliged. Unfortunately, he was not at his apartment and was not answering his phone. At this point, David contacted Daniel's company and spoke to Ken, who told him the story of Daniel's abrupt departure from the worksite. David then called the Tempe Police Department to tell them his son was missing, but was redirected to Buckeye because that is where the disappearance happened. Buckeye PD informed him that they did not have to search for Daniel immediately since he was an adult and he would have to wait at least 12 hours. David made many calls during that time to try to get information about Daniel. He realized, however, that he would have to go down to Arizona himself because he was too far away to do anything. On the 24th of June, David Robinson left South Carolina for Arizona, where he would eventually relocate. Once in Arizona, David started reaching out to anyone he thought could help in finding Daniel. At the same time, he was working with the Buckeye Police Department to get information, such as cell phone pings, and organized numerous searches for Daniel alongside them. He also notified Tempe PD because even though Daniel's worksite was in Buckeye, he resided in Tempe, Arizona. Over the following weeks, David conducted many searches of the area where Daniel disappeared, some private and some with the help of police. Unfortunately, however, he never managed to find anything useful. It seemed as if Daniel had dropped off the face of the earth until about a month later.
Tired of waiting months to get the team you need? Build a flexible workforce with Upwork. Upwork gives us access to over.
Daniel was last seen on June 23rd, but his Jeep Renegade was discovered overturned in a desert ravine almost a month after he disappeared.
On July 19th, a rancher found Daniel's damaged Jeep rolled over on his property with the airbags deployed. The scene immediately stood out as bizarre. All the clothes Daniel was wearing on that day of his disappearance had been found scattered around the vehicle. His work boots, work vest, jeans, and shirt had all been discarded. His phone, wallet, and keys had been discarded as well. This left investigators with numerous questions. At what point did Daniel remove his clothing? Was it even him who did it? If it was, why would he remove all of his clothes in the desert after crashing his vehicle? And most importantly, where could he have gone? He had no shoes or socks on, and he left the water bottle he had with him at the crash site, meaning he would not have lasted long in the desert heat. The whole scene was extremely bizarre and didn't seem to add up, according to Daniel's father, David. It was also perplexing to him that the vehicle was found in an area that had already been thoroughly searched days prior. 1 week after the discovery of Daniel's Jeep, it was turned over to David, along with all of Daniel's belongings. The fact that Buckeye PD handed over the evidence so quickly suggested that they didn't find anything suspicious about Daniel's disappearance and were not investigating it further. David, however, suspected something may have happened to Daniel and was unsure why Buckeye PD wasn't treating his disappearance seriously. Since David believed Buckeye PD didn't do a thorough job in their investigation, he decided to hire private investigator Jeff McGrath for a second opinion. David gave McGrath every piece of evidence he had, which included Daniel's vehicle, everything in it and around it, as well as a 40-page crash data report obtained by Buckeye PD. A crash data report is a report which details a car's movements before and after a crash, such as how fast it was going and what time the collision occurred. What McGrath discovered on the report was shocking and left many more questions than answers. McGrath found that the Jeep's airbags had not been deployed after it rolled over, but they had actually been activated sometime prior. According to the crash data report, the car was involved in some sort of collision about 4 hours after Daniel left his work site and then traveled another 11 miles before ending up in its final resting place. The initial collision happened at 12:54 p.m. Since Daniel's car was found less than 3 miles from his work site, Buckeye PD said this 11-mile discrepancy was merely an error in odometer readings. Their stance was that the vehicle had only crashed once, which was when it rolled over. McGrath, however, firmly believes that the car was involved in a collision before it rolled over and that it did actually travel the 11 miles. One reason for this is the fact that the vehicle had damage on it that was not consistent with the terrain where it was found. The information in the crash report added another degree of mystery to this case. If the data was valid, why would Daniel have continued on for another 11 miles after crashing his vehicle with the airbags deployed? What made him crash in the first place, and why would he not have called for help after? Investigators, as well as David Robinson and Jeff McGrath, all had their own theories regarding what happened to Daniel. After Daniel vanished, some investigators pointed out events in his personal life which seemed to indicate that he was going through some sort of mental distress. Their primary evidence was the interview of a woman named Caitlin, who decided to remain anonymous. Daniel worked for Instacart in addition to his main job to earn some extra income. On the evening of June 12th in 2021, less than 2 weeks before he vanished, he was delivering food to 2 women in Phoenix. Once he arrived at the house, one of the women by the name of Caitlin invited Daniel in for a drink. According to her account, they chatted for some time. By the end of the night, they had exchanged numbers. Caitlin further told police that she sent Daniel a podcast later that night over text, and he replied with the word "hi," but she did not answer, and that was the end of their conversation.
Aha! Found the podcast. All right, hold on. Let me write that down real quick. Eckhart Tolle Essential Teachings. What is that? Hold on. Sorry, you guys. German teacher? Oh, for fuck's sake. Sorry. Okay, let's see. Podcast. Eckhart Tolle, Essential Teachings, Social and Culture. Oh, Lord have mercy. Oprah Winfrey is delighted to introduce a new weekly podcast series for one of the great spiritual thinkers of our time, Eckhart Tolle. Wisdom will help you learn to quiet your mind and separate your ego from your true self and live a fully present life. Essential Teachings by Eckhart will provide a path to discover an enlightened state of consciousness. Oprah says Eckhart transformed her life and hopes these essential teachings will inspire you to seek your own higher purpose. What the hell? The kingdom of heaven is a state of consciousness. What? Dismissing the demand that life should be perfect, dropping the narrative of the unhappy me. It takes no time to be who you are. Our experience of life is not determined by what happens to us. The one transcendent source of all light. What? Overcoming the world. Without consciousness, there would be no world. Life without unnecessary suffering, becoming aware of the invisible you, self-transcendence and the evolution of humanity. Oh my God. Finding meaning in the existential void, stopping the madness, confronting the challenges of our present time. What? Rising above our limited sense of self. Feed drop, feel good podcast. Invincible summer, forgiving the unforgivable. Freedom comes from awareness. What the heck? Creative solutions come from stillness. What the? All right, this is a whole nother rabbit hole. Okay. What the heck? I can't. This is just 20. That's what does he do on every day? Oh my God. Okay.
Conversation. Further told police that invited Daniel in for a drink. According to her account, they chatted for some time. By the end of the night, they had exchanged numbers. Caitlin further told police that she sent Daniel a podcast later that night over text, and and he replied with the word "hi," but she did not answer, and that was the end of their conversation. In Caitlin's mind, their encounter was friendly, but she believes that Daniel may have seen it another way. She went on to show police some text messages Daniel had sent her in the time after he had met her, leading up to his disappearance. On the 14th of June, Daniel texted Caitlin that he had forgotten something at her house and asked if he could return to get it. Caitlin responded the following day and told him that he could whenever he wanted to. By the time he replied to her text 7 hours later, however, she had gone out of town. Daniel had messaged her that he could be at her house later that night or the following afternoon, but since she knew she wouldn't be home, Caitlin didn't reply. Despite this, however, she saw Daniel through her front door camera later that night, knocking on the door and looking through the window to see if she was inside. Although Caitlin did tell Daniel he could drop by whenever, she expected him to at least text her before he showed up at her house. This would not be the last time Daniel appeared at her house unannounced. According to Caitlin, Daniel showed up to her home another time on the 17th. She made it clear to him over text that she didn't want him to show up to her house and that it made her very uncomfortable. Daniel apologized, but proceeded to send Caitlin odd messages over the following days, such as one saying he loved her. On the 21st of June, Daniel texted Caitlin to ask how she was feeling and showed up to her house yet again a few hours later after she explicitly told him not to do so. They exchanged a series of texts where Caitlin was telling Daniel that what he was doing wasn't right and he was responding to her in a rather strange fashion. The very last message that Daniel sent to Caitlin came on the 22nd of June, and it was perhaps foreshadowing what was to come. Daniel texted, quote, "The world can get better, but I'll have to take all the time I can, or we can, whatever to name it. I'll either see you again or I'll never see you again," end quote. Buckeye PD took this last text, as well as the way Daniel had been acting in the weeks before his disappearance, as a clear sign that he was under some sort of mental distress. Their belief was that Daniel walked out into the desert and succumbed to the elements. The police department did not even entertain the idea that something might have happened to Daniel. David Robinson, on the other hand, doesn't believe that Daniel's behavior had anything to do with his disappearance and that the texts are simply a red herring. It didn't make sense to him that Daniel just got to work at 9 a.m. on a Wednesday, suffered some sort of episode, and drove his car off into the desert. Furthermore, if he succumbed to the elements, how has he not been found after so many searches? Jeff McGrath and David Robinson believe something far more sinister could have happened to Daniel.
Does this sound make your head spin? And they're all asking you to show them how to do something.
According to David and Jeff, the most likely possibility is that some sort of foul play happened. One theory is that Daniel might have been purposefully or accidentally struck by a target shooter. The area around Daniel's worksite was a known target practice zone. Many of those in search parties assembled for Daniel reported hearing frequent shooting around that area when they were looking for him. Before the search began, they were even warned that there was a chance they could get hit by someone accidentally and that they would be searching at their own risk. As such, there's always the possibility that Daniel may have been struck and the individual responsible attempted to stage the scene. While this is a compelling theory, there are some factors regarding the case suggesting that this wasn't some random accident. A few months after Daniel's vanishing, a group called Daniel Robinson Missing was created on Reddit. Several threads have been posted in this subreddit detailing oddities surrounding Daniel's case. One Redditor suspects that the last person who ever saw Daniel might have something to do with his disappearance. In a thread titled "Debunking Ken's Story" about his interactions with Daniel the day he went missing, a user points out the fact that, according to the official police report from Buckeye PD, Ken changed his version of events when speaking to different detectives. Ken was interviewed by 2 detectives on separate occasions over the phone and gave both different stories. First, there was a time change. Initially, Ken stated that he and Daniel met up at the worksite at 9 a.m. and Daniel had left at 9:15. He mentioned this to a detective over the phone on the day Daniel disappeared. The following day, however, on the 24th of June, Ken had spoken to another detective, and this
Alright, Puff, I'm gonna start back from here. Pay attention.
after crashing his vehicle. And most importantly, where could he have gone? He had no shoes or socks on, and he left the water bottle he had with him at the crash site, meaning he would not have lasted long in the desert heat. The whole scene was extremely bizarre and didn't seem to add up, according to Daniel's father, David. It was also perplexing to him that the vehicle was found in an area that had already been thoroughly searched days prior. 1 week after the discovery of Daniel's Jeep, it was turned over to David, along with all of Daniel's belongings. The fact that Buckeye PD handed over the evidence so quickly suggested that they didn't find anything suspicious about Daniel's disappearance and were not investigating it further. David, however, suspected something may have happened to Daniel and was unsure why Buckeye PD wasn't treating his disappearance seriously. Since David believed Buckeye PD didn't do a thorough job in their investigation, he decided to hire private investigator Jeff McGrath for a second opinion. David gave McGrath every piece of evidence he had, which included Daniel's vehicle, everything in it and around it, as well as a 40-page crash data report obtained by Buckeye PD. A crash data report is a report which details a car's movements before and after a crash, such as how fast it was going and what time the collision occurred. What McGrath discovered on the report was shocking and left many more questions than answers. McGrath found that the Jeep's airbags had not been deployed after it rolled over, but they had actually been activated sometime prior. According to the crash data report, the car was involved in some sort of collision about 4 hours after Daniel left his work site and then traveled another 11 miles before ending up in its final resting place. The initial collision happened at 12:54 p.m. Since Daniel's car was found less than 3 miles from his work site, Buckeye PD said this 11-mile discrepancy was merely an error in odometer readings. Their stance was that the vehicle had only crashed once, which was when it rolled over. McGrath, however, firmly believes that the car was involved in a collision before it rolled over and that it did actually travel the 11 miles. One reason for this is the fact that the vehicle had damage on it that was not consistent with the terrain where it was found. The information in the crash report added another degree of mystery to this case. If the data was valid, why would Daniel have continued on for another 11 miles after crashing his vehicle with the airbags deployed? What made him crash in the first place, and why would he not have called for help after? Investigators, as well as David Robinson and Jeff McGrath, all had their own theories regarding what happened to Daniel.
Now, artificial intelligence can generate ad creatives automatically. The program is called Ad Creative AI.
After Daniel vanished, some investigators pointed out events in his personal life which seemed to indicate that he was going through some sort of mental distress. Their primary evidence was the interview of a woman named Caitlin, who decided to remain anonymous. Daniel worked for Instacart in addition to his main job to earn some extra income. On the evening of June 12th in 2021, less than 2 weeks before he vanished, he was delivering food to 2 women in Phoenix. Once he arrived at the house, one of the women, by the name of Caitlin, invited Daniel in for a drink. According to her account, they chatted for some time. By the end of the night, they had exchanged numbers. Caitlin further told police that she sent Daniel a podcast later that night over text, and he replied with the word "hi," but she did not answer, and that was the end of their conversation. In Caitlin's mind, their encounter was friendly, but she believes that Daniel may have seen it another way. She went on to show police some text messages Daniel had sent her in the time after he had met her, leading up to his disappearance. On the 14th of June, Daniel texted Caitlin that he had forgotten something at her house and asked if he could return to get it. Caitlin responded the following day and told him that he could whenever he wanted to. By the time he replied to her text 7 hours later, however, she had gone out of town. Daniel had messaged her that he could be at her house later that night or the following afternoon, but since she knew she wouldn't be home, Caitlin didn't reply. Despite this, however, she saw Daniel through her front door camera later that night, knocking on the door and looking through the window to see if she was inside. Although Caitlin did tell Daniel he could drop by whenever, she expected him to at least text her before he showed up at her house. This would not be the last time Daniel appeared at her house unannounced. According to Caitlin, Daniel showed up to her home another time on the 17th. She made it clear to him over text that she didn't want him to show up to her house and that it made her very uncomfortable. Daniel apologized, but proceeded to send Caitlin odd messages over the following days, such as one saying he loved her. On the 21st of June, Daniel texted Caitlin to ask how she was feeling and showed up to her house yet again a few hours later after she explicitly told him not to do so. They exchanged a series of texts where Caitlin was telling Daniel that what he was doing wasn't right and he was responding to her in a rather strange fashion. The very last message that Daniel sent to Caitlin came on the 22nd of June, and it was perhaps foreshadowing what was to come. Daniel texted, quote, "The world can get better, but I'll have to take all the time I can, or we can, whatever to name it. I'll either see you again or I'll never see you again," end quote. Buckeye PD took this last text, as well as the way Daniel had been acting in the weeks before his disappearance, as a clear sign that he was under some sort of mental distress. Their belief was that Daniel walked out into the desert and succumbed to the elements. The police department did not even entertain the idea that something might have happened to Daniel. David Robinson, on the other hand, doesn't believe that Daniel's behavior had anything to do with his disappearance and that the texts are simply a red herring. It didn't make sense to him that Daniel just got to work at 9 a.m. on a Wednesday, suffered some sort of episode, and drove his car off into the desert. Furthermore, if he succumbed to the elements, how has he not been found after so many searches? Jeff McGrath and David Robinson believe something far more sinister could have happened to Daniel. According to David and Jeff, the most likely possibility is that some sort of foul play happened. One theory is that Daniel might have been purposefully or accidentally struck by a target shooter. The area around Daniel's worksite was a known target practice zone. Many of those in search parties assembled for Daniel reported hearing frequent shooting around that area when they were looking for him. Before the search began, they were even warned that there was a chance they could get hit by someone accidentally and that they would be searching at their own risk. As such, there's always the possibility that Daniel may have been struck and the individual responsible attempted to stage the scene. While this is a compelling theory, there are some factors regarding the case suggesting that this wasn't some random accident. A few months after Daniel's vanishing, a group called Daniel Robinson Missing was created on Reddit. Several threads have been posted in this subreddit detailing oddities surrounding Daniel's case. One Redditor suspects that the last person who ever saw Daniel might have something to do with his disappearance. In a thread titled "Debunking Ken's Story" about his interactions with Daniel the day he went missing, a user points out the fact that, according to the official police report from Buckeye PD, Ken changed his version of events when speaking to different detectives. Ken was interviewed by two detectives on separate occasions over the phone and gave both different stories. First, there was a time change. Initially, Ken stated that he and Daniel met up at the worksite at 9 a.m. and Daniel had left at 9:15. He mentioned this to a detective over the phone on the day Daniel disappeared. The following day, however, on the 24th of June, Ken had spoken to another detective, and this time he claimed that the two had met up at the worksite at 9:30 a.m. and that Daniel left around 9:45. While this is only a 30-minute discrepancy, it's peculiar that Ken would mistake the times, especially considering he was interviewed on the same day the disappearance happened. While it could be argued that Ken simply misremembered the time, this was not the only part of his story that didn't add up. According to the police report, Ken also gave varying accounts of the weather that day. During the first phone interview, Ken told the detective that it was raining around the time Daniel disappeared. The following day, however, he claimed that it appeared that it was going to rain. Many believe that Ken could not have misremembered such a detail. Many also tied Ken's varying version of events to a man named Bill Hayes.
When is the rain supposed to stop?
The rain is expected to stop on Friday afternoon.
Wow.
Okay.
And today's Sunday.
There was another thread posted on the Daniel Robinson Missing subreddit about the involvement of a man named Bill Hayes. In a video about Daniel's disappearance posted in September of 2021, a man named Bill H. left the following comment. In it, he details his alleged encounter with Daniel. According to him, he ran into Daniel around 2:30
Okay, let's read this. It says, Bill H. 1 year ago. After seeing this video of yours, I would say without a doubt I saw that same guy somewhere between Dags Wash and Kofa on that day. If you read my other comment on your laundry video, the comment about him not fitting in and not wanting to offend anyone, you know exactly what I was referring to him his missing limb. I hadn't seen it on the news, mostly because I don't watch the news, so I wasn't sure if I was being left out of the story, if it was being left out of the story for some reason. He was going through some stuff in the back driver's side of the Jeep when I rolled up on him in my truck and asked about the location being shooter friendly. My best guess based on the weather that day and the terrain is it would have been about 2:30-ish in the afternoon. What the fuck does the weather got to do with what time it is? You stupid mother, blah, 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 blah. What the fuck are you talking about? Ay, ay, ay. Anyway, about 1/3 of the distance from Dags to Kofa's northeast face. Also, the comments you discussed about those that stay out in that area mirror what I was saying as well. I don't go out into the area unarmed, and not because of the wildlife, it's the people that concern me out there. When I do go, I stay below the ridge line and drive through the bottom of the wash where I can when I can, so I'm not easily seen by those that call that area home, wildlife and human. Thanks for posting the GFM link. I'm going to contact the organizer to try and get in touch with the PI today after work. Still no callback from Buckeye PD as of the time of writing this. Well, okay, Bill. You are now numero uno on my list, sir. You are sketch. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Nope.
p.m. in the desert, looking for something in the back driver's side of his Jeep. He claims he asked Daniel if the location was shooter-friendly, but did not mention any further conversation. At the end of the comment, he mentioned that he was in the process of contacting Daniel.
Hey, why you bullshitting? You laugh, but that devil's breath ain't no joke. You better look around and find out. Put a spell on you.
Search organizer, private investigator Jeff McGrath, and was waiting for a call back from Buckeye PD. Shortly after posting this comment, David and Jeff met up with the man in person.
Well, that doesn't look like a fucking badge. That's a DC photo. What's the big difference, my guy? You're on the wrong fucking side of the camera. Fucking federal agent. Yeah. I mean, he probably went to federal prison. I'd give him that. He's wearing white, so. Not judging, but you are a liar. Fucking weirdo. Billy. Ugh. Anyways, he's on my list. He's just got I don't know, something about his face. Anyways, I digress. Ugh. Weirdo.
Who introduced himself as Bill Hayes. Bill told them that he was some sort of federal agent and went over his version of events. He was also later interviewed by Buckeye PD, who deemed him a reliable witness. The problem with Bill's story about encountering Daniel in the desert, however, is that it does not add up.
Maybe he meant by like federal agent, he meant like confidential informant. And maybe that's why they're like, oh, he's credible. He's been snitching for us forever. Maybe that makes more sense. Okay, I'll give him a pass. Just kidding. Yeah, and if he's a felon, why is he out there shooting anyway? I mean, unless the laws are different in Arizona, can't you like not be doing that when you be like a felon? You can't be like having guns and stuff. You know what I be saying? Imagine that. That means you ain't learned your lesson. You on probation. You go back to jail. You suck. Now implicating yourself in an investigation. No, 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 Billy boy.
The most glaring detail that stood out was the time that Bill alleged to have seen Daniel. He claims it was at 2:30 p.m. when he and Daniel crossed paths. According to the crash data report, however, the record shows that Daniel's Jeep had crashed at 12:54 p.m. and the airbags were deployed. Bill made no mention of any damage to the vehicle in his comment or subsequent interview with police. If Daniel had crashed the Jeep nearly 2 hours before encountering Bill, how could he possibly not have noticed the damage done to the vehicle or the fact that the airbags had been deployed? This almost certainly proves that Bill didn't actually see Daniel in his Jeep that day. This was not the only part of Bill's story that seemed to be fabricated, however. According to police records, Bill was not a federal agent at all. He was actually a repeat offender who had numerous run-ins with
Hold on, y'all know about it. I gotta be screenshotting this shit. Hold up. Says Billy Hayes. Hayes wasn't eligible for probation because he has a criminal record. He has been arrested several times for QP offenses, and in 2003 served 8 months in prison for failing to adhere to probation requirements in one of his pot cases. Born and raised in Detroit, where he was shot at age 14 and stabbed, Hayes was also busted for car theft at age 19. Real fucking winner chicken dinner. Hell yeah. That's not a fucking federal agent, but maybe he's a CI. You know, they ain't saying it because if you're a confidential informant, it's confidential. I don't know if you know that. Ish. Ay, ay, ay.
With the law since the age of 19. Most recently, he served a 2-year sentence for trafficking marijuana and was released sometime in 2018. Not only did Bill lie about what happened that day, but he also lied about his identity. What benefit could he possibly have derived from lying about seeing Daniel the day he vanished? The Redditor who created the post believes that it could have something to do with Ken. According to the user, one possibility is that Hayes was set up to take the heat off Ken by saying he was actually the last person to have ever seen Daniel. If a random passerby saw Daniel hours after Ken claimed to have last seen him, Ken's name would be in the clear. While there isn't any evidence linking Bill to Ken, why else would Ken have reported a false sighting of Daniel? At this point, it's unclear why Bill Hayes' involvement has not been examined further. It's also unclear why Buckeye PD didn't even want to consider a potential criminal element behind this case. It is important to note, however, even if foul play sounds like a plausible explanation in Daniel's disappearance, there's absolutely no legal proof tying either Ken Elliott or Bill Hayes to the vanishing of Daniel Robinson, and their involvement in this case is merely speculation. Furthermore, there are no good theories as to why Ken would have had a motive to do something to Daniel. They were only co-workers, and they had just met. Regardless, while there isn't anything concrete proving that Ken Elliott or Bill Hayes had any involvement in Daniel's vanishing, one cannot deny that the fact that the inconsistencies in the two men's version of events are, at the very least, suspicious. There's been no additional evidence discovered since the disappearance of Daniel Robinson, which might provide a clue as to what happened to him. Many searches have been conducted in the area where he vanished, but none have been fruitful so far. The case is less than 2 years old, however, and as such, it is still very much ongoing. David Robinson constantly updates viewers regarding his son's case on his channel, Please Help Find Daniel. He also runs a website with the same name, as well as a Facebook and Twitter account. If anyone has any information regarding Daniel's case, David can be contacted through his website.
While I'm a paid
I recorded and edited my 45-minute podcast in under 10 minutes using Riverside, and here's how. After I finished recording...
A listener note, this episode contains adult content and is not suitable for everyone. Please be advised. Now appears likely that foul play was involved.
I'll start doing things like doing my own